addressed international conferences and presented papers at many national conferences in Europe, many international and national conferences in Europe, Asia, Canada, and Australia. I could go on, but I'd like to end this introduction by telling all of you about the interesting books that he's written. The titles of the books are the Ritual Traditions of India, Dance Drama in Theory and Practice, Sanskrit Drama with Respect to Prahasana and Vithi, Prahasana in Sanskrit Literature. I heartily welcome you, Professor Ramratnam, to our conference. And to chair this session, we have with us another very, very eminent scholar, a poet and translator and a critic, and who is also a teacher of English. We have amongst us Dr. Chandra Mali, a fellow of the Royal Asiatic Society, Great Britain and Ireland. He published 34 books comprising translation of 8 literary texts, 5 books of poetry in English, and 21 books on literary criticism and ELT. He has completed translation assignments for institutions of higher studies, higher learning. His translation works from Telugu into English are extensively published. His third book of English poems, Hopping on Hope, was launched by Professor Duncan Large, Director BCLT, in East Anglia University, Norwich, UK in 2015. He composes poems in English with his pseudonym Soni Dahlia. Interesting. He is chief editor of Virtuoso, a refereed transnational biannual journal of language and literature in English. He delivered plenary lectures and keynote addresses in conferences, seminars across India and abroad. Vice chairman of AESI, which is a short form for Association for English Studies in India, for a second consecutive term at present. He made presentations in international conferences and universities in Hong Kong, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, Cambodia, Sri Lanka, Taiwan, the UK, France, Brazil, Australia, Japan, Spain, Italy, and Poland. He also visited Vietnam and Singapore. He lives in Hyderabad, India. And I would like to now request Professor Chandra Mali to take over and chair the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank Professor Jagdish Batra sir, my well-wisher and good friend, for inviting me to share this session. At short notice, I had to take over and then discharge my duties. When it comes to sharing a session where a renowned scholar and professor like Professor Ramratnam is going to deliver keynote, I should say it will be audacious on my part to chair the session. I am a very small fellow, sir. I am a very small man compared to your eminence, your erudition, and experience and expertise. We are normally or generally enamored of Western theory, as we all know, and names like T.S. Eliot, F.R. Lewis, L.C. Knights, R.C. Blackmore, Lionel Trilling, others, we drop names very often when we talk of literary criticism in English. As far as I am concerned, when I was in undergraduate, when I was in the college studying my BSc, my teachers always talked about S.C. Bradley or Dover Wilson or Dowden, and we had textbooks edited by Deaton and published by Macmillan and Co. These were the texts. So while we were in college, we were exposed to only Western thinkers, Western literary critics and their views. I remember pretty well my teacher, how he impressed us to develop taste, ruchi as you call it, or taste for literature, particularly English literature, in a very, very effective manner. I remember the quotation also of John Dover Wilson regarding Midsummer Night's Dream. I quote, "A Midsummer Night's Dream is as dainty a piece of juice-trod cobweb as ever caught in the moonshine's watery beam," unquote. So even after 50 years, 50 and odd years, I'm able to recollect and then present it before you effortlessly. This just goes to show how our teachers taught us at undergraduate level as well as postgraduate level. Even after I took over and started my career as a lecturer in a college, I used to heavily depend on literary criticism that has been available in the college library or in the department library. Only after going through the works of C.D. Narasimhaya, attending a couple of workshops in Dhvanya Loka, I should say that I started developing interest in Indian poetics and Indian aesthetics. And then Rasa, Dhvani theory, etc., etc. I tried to understand little by little, not much. I rarely heard the names of Indian scholars who laid foundation of our literary criticism and poetics while I was in the college, as I narrated a little earlier. And we never had the ruchi or taste of a literary work as per norms laid down by Indian scholars. Today we hear and say terms like swadharma and then nishkama karma, atmanirbharta, freely, frankly, fearlessly. Those days mentioning terms in Indian languages or in Sanskrit itself was not allowed. Then we are used to apply Western norms or Western literary critical norms to evaluate even Indian classics and Indian Puranas, Indian works of Indian works of art. It was only after teachers like C.D. Narasimhaya and others showed the path, we ventured to understand what was the contribution of our own theoreticians. Well then, Bharata's Natya Shastra paved the way first, and then from that, the first place was given to Rasa, and then Sthai Bhavas. Then we are asked to, or rather we are encouraged to study the various bhavas, anubhavas, vibhavas, and then sanchari bhavas, etc. And then it depends upon the nature shaped. Man is, as we know, is shaped by nature or prakriti, and his acquired culture or shila helps him understand and evaluate a work of art in properly. There are Navarasas, as we all know, 9 rasas. And Nava, as far as 9, has got its own significance in Hindu or Indian concept and in our perception, in our thinking also. We know about, we talk about Navavidha, Bhakti, etc. So Navarasas also are essential in appreciating a work of art. Then Anandavardhana and his Dhvani school, school of Dhvani, made an impact, total impact. And then from then onwards, people started focusing on rasa theory. And in order to appreciate a work of art, we require a reader who is also a Sahridaya. Dr. Nagendra's Rasa Siddhanta helps us in understanding the importance of rasa doctrine to a greater extent. It gained currency and appreciation after the idea was taken up by Dhvani school. Anandavardhana makes Alankara subservient to rasa. It is a major landmark in critical evaluation of a literary text. Theories of Alankara, Guna, Bhamaha, we can talk about here, and then Guna of Dandin, and then Riti of Vamana, underwent revision in the light of Dhvani theory. Vyanjana or suggestion has gained greater significance, assumed greater importance, and Vyanjana is regarded as having a greater potential in appreciating a text than Vachya or statement that we come across while going through a text of literary creativity or literary text. Then ultimate purpose of critical appreciation, ultimate purpose of reading a literary text is ahlada or ananda.
Sir,
Just 1 minute, sir.
Yes, sir.
One minute, I'm completing.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ananda and ahlada are the goals when we come to literary text. And then Preeti is Preeti denotes a reader's aesthetic experience. This was what should I say, made popular by theoreticians like Bamaha, Dandin, and Udbhata. Whether it is Preeti Ananda or Ananda, it doesn't matter. As long as man is happy and man develops a broader vision after going through a literary text and starts enjoying the, what should I say, the rasanubhava created in him or in her. Heard melodies are sweet, unheard melodies are sweeter. So, without taking much time, I request Professor Ramaratnam sir to start his keynote. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning to every one of you. I thank Professor Jagdish Batra for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present the keynote address in this wonderful session. I know that I am unequal to the task in the midst of galaxy of scholars who are assembled here in this session and elsewhere. But Dr. Batra's love for me enthuses me to go ahead. I must thank Dr. Chandra Mali, who has made my task easier. He has given a bird's eye view of the entire rasa and dhvani theory. Thank you very much, sir. The theories of rasa and dhvani are the hallmarks of Sanskrit literature, but they are not exclusive to any one language. They are universal in nature. An attempt is made here in this keynote address to apply the concepts of rasa and dhvani to the plays of Shakespeare. Even after 400 years, Shakespeare has not lost relevance in even the present day world for that matter. Dhvani, as we all know, means suggestive expression. Although dhvani has a far-reaching influence in literature, it has a special reference to the concept of rasa. That is why both these have been taken into consideration for this address. The rasa, the sentiment which can never be expressed in so many words, but can only be suggested. For this reason, dhvani is called the soul of poetry. Kavyasyatma dhvanihi. Dhvani comprises within itself ever so many varieties, but we may discuss just a few of them, drawing illustrations from Shakespeare. There are basically three types of meanings. The first one is the expressed meaning or the literal sense. For example, my house is about 2 miles from the main road. Meaning is clear. The second one is the implied sense, lakshana. My house is on the river Thames. We know that the literal sense does not fit in because no house can exist floating on the river Thames. So we go to the secondary sense, not exactly on the river Thames, but on the bank, very close to the bank of the river Thames. So we understand that. So the literal sense has to be relegated. So we drop and then we go to the implied sense here. The third one is the suggested sense. For example, when we say, you will be digging your own grave if you resort to stealing. It means you will be ruining yourself if you steal. Here we don't have to drop any part. After all, one can even dig one's own grave. Therefore, we don't have to object to it, but we go ahead and look for the suggested sense, which means you will be ruining your own self if you steal. Basically, the suggested sense will be different from the expressed one. In fact, it can even be the opposite of the expressed sense. For example, there is a roadside inn. A traveler comes and stays there for a couple of days or 3 or 4 days. The owner's daughter gets interested in him. So after a few days, the traveler wants to leave, but the girl doesn't like him leaving, but she cannot say that directly. But she says, oh yes, you can leave. The swollen river, which was flowing at 12 feet high yesterday, now it is flowing 2 feet lesser, only at 10 feet. So you can definitely safely walk across. Who will walk across into the swollen river of 10 feet high, even if it is not 12 feet high? So here the expressed meaning is affirmative, go, you can go. But the suggested sense is negative, don't go. That is how the suggested sense can even be the opposite of the expressed sense. So there can be an element of suggestion even in the figures of speech. In any language we have figures of speech, but they are not exactly Dhvani poetry. For a poetry to be called suggestive poetry or Dhvani Kavya, there should not only be suggestive idea, but it should reign supreme. So with this background, we will go into the two main divisions of the Dhvani Kavya. The first one is called Avivekshita Vachya Dhvani, where the literal meaning is simply ignored. You have to go to the suggested sense to have a complete idea. So we can call it suggestion of complete transformation. The second one is called Vivekshita Anyaparavachya Dhvani, where the literal sense also has a role to play in giving rise to suggestion. So it can be called as suggestion of partial transformation. One is suggestion of complete transformation, the other is suggestion of partial transformation. Let us give some examples. Fortunately, I have been introduced as a professor of Sanskrit and not as professor of English, which I am not. Therefore, you have to pardon me if I quote some Sanskrit verses to explain the concept. So we will go with an example, this one. Suvarna pushpam prithivim chinvanti purushastrayah shurascha krita vidyascha yascha janati sevitim. These three people harvest golden flowers. Where are the golden flowers? Not known at all. So we ignore the literal sense, the expressed meaning, and go to the suggested sense. It only means if only you were to harvest golden flowers, how prosperous you will be. So the idea means these three people will be prosperous in the world. Who are they? Shuraha, a person who gets going, who has valor in his courage and valor in his activities, who is courageous for that matter. Krita vidyaha, a learned man. And third one is yascha janati sevita, who knows which side of the bread is buttered. He knows whom to serve and get it his own end served. So he will also become prosperous. So instead of directly saying these three people will become prosperous, the poet says they will harvest golden flowers. This is one kind of suggestion where there is complete transformation, where the literal sense is ignored because you can't harvest anything called a golden flower. Let's the next example. Shikhaninik vanunama kiyachiram kimabidhanam asau akarot tapaha taruniyena tavadhara patalam dasati bimbapalam shukashabakaha. A young man is addressing a girl. He loves her, but he can't say, or he feels that she is very beautiful, but he can't say that directly. So he resorts to suggestive expression. He says, "Oh lady, I do not know how much of penance the bird which is sitting on this tree must have done, and in what remote forest and what remote mountainous area. Because it is biting that the bimba fruit, the red bimba fruit, which is as red as your own lips. Dasati bimba palam shuka shabakaha, the young parrot. It is so fortunate, it is biting the bimba fruit, which at least resembles your lips. So you can understand what the suggested sense is. And I'm sure the girl would have smiled and appreciated his poetic way of expression. Instead of directly saying, I love you, or I want to embrace you, I want to kiss you. So, suggestive expression has its own value. It will not hurt anybody. Nobody can object to it. And it can directly hit your heart, take things to your heart. Now we will go to the next question. What can be suggested? Three things can be suggested: Vastu, Rasa, and Alankara, particularly in poetry. A matter of fact, Vastu. And Alankara, a figure of speech. And of course, Rasa, which can only be suggested and never expressed. Why? If Rasa is expressed openly, it will lose its charm. If the sentiments are expressed openly, they don't have the charm, particularly in poetry. So we have seen that the golden flowers are, that is an example of matter of fact being suggested, an idea. About a figure of speech being suggested, I'll give an example. Chandana sakta bhujaga nishwasa anila murchitaha murchayat yesha patikan madhavu malaya marutaha. The meaning is, the spring season, the southern wind is raising the breath of snakes declining on the sandal trees, and it causes stupor to the travelers. It makes the travelers very lethargic. That is, the spring season is so enchanting that the travelers are reminded of their wives or lady love, and therefore they become very lethargic, very they want to unite with their wife or lover for that matter as early as possible. So that is the situation created the spring season, particularly the Malaya Maruta, the southern wind. So it makes these travelers rather passionate and make them, given to longing for that matter. But the poet gives an indirect reason. Oh, they are making these people lethargy, and probably because it carries the poison of the snakes which are surrounding the sandalwood trees. The Malaya Maruta comes from the Malaya region, Malaya mountain region, where there are a lot of sandalwood trees. And we know that sandalwood trees are, encircled by the snakes. The snakes are covering these sandalwood trees. And probably the wind also carries, the wind coming from that mountain carries the poison element of poison from the snakes. And therefore it makes these travelers stupor. Therefore, there is a suggestion of poetic fancy. It's a fanciful idea, because no wind can carry poison and make the others, soon. Therefore, here the poetic fancy is only suggested; it is not directly expressed. So we know we have what is known as Alankara Dhvani, suggestion of poetic fancy. Now we will give an example. I'm sorry, there's too much of Sanskrit. We'll shortly go to Shakespeare, just with one more example. We'll come to Rasadhvani, where the rasa, as I said, can only be suggested. It will be effective only if it is suggested. If it is openly expressed, there is no charm in it. So I quote a verse here. Evam vadini devarshav parshve pitiradhomki leela kamalapatrani ganayamasa Parvati. Parvati was a young girl, and in the presence of her father, sage Angiras, both of them are discussing about marriage arrangement for Parvati. Who will be the suitable husband for her? Sage Angiras suggests Lord Shiva will be suitable for her. And Parvati, who happens to hear that, what will be her reaction? Naturally, she is overcome with bashfulness, lajja. The poet doesn't say Parvati, on hearing the statement that Shiva is going to be her husband, became bashful. If he says that, then he is not a good poet. But instead, he describes what bashful girls would do. They may scratch the floor with a toenail or twist the end of the sari, some such act. Here the poet describes that she was having a lotus flower in her hands, sport lotus. She was counting the petals of the lotus flower. Leela Kamala Patrani, Leela Kamala, sport lotus. Patrani leaves. Ganaya Masa, she started counting. Here we are not bothered how many petals were there, whether it was 36 or 42. It is irrelevant for us. But the act of, simply appearing to count those lotus flowers, it conveys the meaning that she was bashful, she was overcome with lajja. That is the role of a poet. Not say things directly, but suggest ideas. Here the poet suggests Parvati's love for Shiva by saying that she was bashful, but he conveys the meaning by telling us that she was counting the petals of the lotus flower that she was having in her hand. So that is, here the love feeling is suggested. So it is Shungara Rasa Dhvani, suggestion of love. Now I will just give just a couple of examples before proceeding to Shakespeare. In complete transformation type, there are a few varieties. One is called Atyanta Tiraskrita Vachyatvari. That is where the literal sense is completely dropped. I'll quickly quote one example. Ravi Sankranta Saubhagya Tusharavrita Mandalaha Vishwasandhaiva Adarsaha Chandramana Prakashate. Chandrama, we all know, it's a description of moon. The moon is covered with mist, and so he is rather hazy. Like what? Like a mirror, when you breathe onto it, it becomes dull. You can't see the image clearly. So here the poet says, like the mirror which is blinded by the hot breath. Mirror cannot become blind. So here completely we have to avoid or neglect or drop the literal sense and go that the mist, the mirror which is not clean, which is not able to reflect properly, and the moon is like that. Then the other example, for that I will give an English example. Atyanta Tiraskrita, Arthantare Sankramitam, where the meaning goes into another sense. The literal meaning goes into another sense. I got this example, very famous. Rose is a rose is a rose. What is it? Generally, repetition is supposed to be a blemish. Here, rose is a rose is a rose. 3 times it is repeated. Is it a blemish? No. By saying that, the poet wants to impress upon the idea that the rose has no comparison, incomparable. And by the second word rose, he wants to suggest its tenderness, freshness, etc. And by third one, probably its fragrance, its enchanting nature. Rose is a rose is a rose. We accept it. Or probably rose could be the name of the passionate lover's fiancé. Therefore, he says, now being emotional, he says, rose is a rose is a rose. So here the second rose and third rose merge into other suggested sense like incomparability, tenderness, freshness, fragrance, which are not expressed, which are only suggested. We have to understand. Okay, now we said there is complete transformation and also partial transformation. Suggestion. We will go into an example of this partial transformation suggestion from Shakespeare's Macbeth, Arthantare Sankramita Vachyatvari. King Duncan speaks warmly of the pleasure that it gives him in visiting Macbeth. but the audience knows that the pleasant seat, which we are going to quote, stands for his death in the hands of his own host, Macbeth. He says, "This castle hath a pleasant seat, the air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses." The word nimbly is also full of suggestive sense, and therefore the entire verse has a partial transformation. That, after all, it is not going to be a pleasant seat for him, it's the opposite of it, because he is going to meet with his death. In another place, we have a line that says, "Take my milk for gall." We know that gall means poison. The milk can never turn into poison of its own accord, again from Macbeth. So we have to discard the original sense and go for the secondary sense, like, gall should be meant as wrath, treachery, and the like. Hence, we have an example of complete transformation, atyanta tiraskrita vachyatvani. In yet another place, we have the expression, "peep through blanket of dark," referring to the night. It suggests Lady Macbeth's guilty conscience, otherwise night can't come and wrap the darkest smoke of hell. But here the word night stands for climax of her crime and guilt, taking her to hell, where her own dagger is blind to penetrate its own wound. She is craving helplessly, probably, for God's interference, that he himself may peep through the blanket of darkness of her evil and beware her of the ghastly deed of Duncan's fatal murder. Now, the Dhvani Artha, the suggested sense, is by disregarding the original sense completely, that there is no, blanket of darkness. It's only extended expression. So we have atyanta tiraskrita vachyatvani, or suggestion of complete transformation, that infuses the expression with extraordinary meaning, bringing out the guilt feeling of Lady Macbeth. We will go into some more examples of Dhani or suggested idea. This time we turn to Tempest. I feel that there is a suggestion of colonialism in this particular statement. Caliban says, "You taught me language, and my profit won't ease. I know how to curse. The red plague rid you for learning me your language." He's not happy with the language that has been taught to him, because he has only learned to curse others. So what does it suggest? One of the themes of the play is the conflict between the colonizers, represented by Prospero and others, and the colonized, including Caliban, the servant and native of the island. While Prospero believes he has cared for and educated Caliban, Caliban here describes how he sees Prospero as the oppressor, and the language he has acquired as worthless and merely a symbol of that oppression. Then we'll go to another example from the Tempest, where life and dream are spoken about. These, our actors, etc., I skip some lines. Yeah, all which it inherit shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with sleep. Act 4, Scene 1. Here Prospero, who has staged a music and dance performance as an engagement present for Ferdinand and Miranda, suddenly remembers Caliban's plot against him and unexpectedly ends the performance. Ferdinand and Miranda are shocked by his abrupt manner, and Prospero speaks these lines to reassure them, saying that the performance, like Shakespeare's own play and life in general, is an illusion, as it were, a dream, destined to disappear in the natural order of things. We are reminded of the Vedantic statement, Brahma Satyam, Jagat Mithya. The entire world is only an illusion. Jivo Brahma Ivanaparaha, etc. Now, I think I am running out of time, so I will skip another example from Tempest. I will go to the concept of dramatic irony, which is a favorite device adopted by Shakespeare, particularly in his tragedies, to indicate suggestive ideas. Let us see one or two examples. This time from Julius Caesar. Shakespeare uses irony to create Mark Antony's cutting funeral oration. This very often. Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honorable man. The repeated assertion of Brutus' honesty against a backdrop of half-truths serves to undermine Brutus' words in the minds of the assembled French, Romans, and other countrymen. So ultimately, everybody comes to know of the treachery of Brutus. But it is only suggested in the speech of Mark Antony. And another irony, this time from Macbeth. If you can look into the seeds of time and say which grain will grow and which will not, speak then to me, who neither beg nor fear your favors nor your hate. Act 1. Here the suggested idea is that Banquo wants the witches to predict the future events that have relevance to Banquo and Macbeth. Macbeth decides to kill King Duncan in order to usurp power. Macbeth speaks sweetly to Duncan and expresses loyalty to him, but the audience knows what happens eventually. Another case of irony from Othello. In Othello, the hero suggests that his wife Desdemona has shown infidelity to him. It is the crooked plan of Iago, the villain, to mislead Othello. The result? Othello kills his own wife out of jealousy, but the audience will know that Desdemona is faultless. That is irony. The audience will know the fact, but the characters will act as though they do not know. One more example from this time from Romeo and Juliet. Romeo and Juliet is full of irony, verbal as well as situational. We have a case of verbal irony when Juliet addresses her mother. I will not marry yet, and when I do, I swear it shall be Romeo, whom you know I hate, rather than Paris. But as we understand, Juliet is planning to marry Romeo that very night. She is trying to mislead her mother. As for situational irony, when the story unfolds, we are tempted to think that the play is a love story or a love comedy, but actually it is a tragedy. The two lovers are united in the end, but in death, unfortunately. The climax scene is full of irony. Romeo finds Juliet in a deep slumber, but he mistakes her to be dead. Being dejected, he commits suicide. When Juliet wakes up, she finds her lover dead. In turn, she kills herself. It is ironic that Romeo and Juliet are not related in wedlock, but in the grave. Now, we have to say a few words about rasa before we end this particular presentation. We said earlier that one of the most important aspects of dhvani or a suggestion is to help in the delineation of rasa. What is rasa? In simple terms, it is the sentiment. In a cinema, for example, we cannot simply introduce a slide saying, here the hero and heroine love each other. The director has to picturize the actors in such a way that we, the audience, will be able to understand that they are in love with each other. It can be a song, a duet, and it can be some expressions, and the garden, all these things, the beautiful environment, that will all help in the delineation of rasa. So rasa can only be suggested, we say. Otherwise, it becomes nirasa, without rasa. So if rasa is plainly expressed, it loses its charm. The rasa theory propounded by Bharata Muni in his Nati Shastra, well, it states that vibhava anubhava vibichari samyogat rasa nishpattihi. Rasa is accomplished by the conjunction of vibhava, that is the determinants of the objective condition, anubhava, physical gestures, and vibichari bhava, transitory mental states, like for example, little anger which will come and go. And essentially deals with various kinds of emotions and directly communicated to the mind of the readers or the sahridaya through the work of art. The sthayi bhava or the permanent emotions such as rati, love, hasya, hasa, laughter, shoka, sorrow, krodha, anger, utsaha, heroism, bhaya, fear, jugupsa, disgust, and vismaya, wonder. They all evoke the 8 rasas, Shringara, Hasya, Karuna, Rautra, Veera, Bhayanaka, Bibhatsa, Tuta, and Shanta. Shanta was added later by Anandavardhana and Abhinavagupta. Shanta, peace, quiet, quietity. It arises from Shama or serenity, which is straight. Now, a play may consist of all rasas, but there has to be a pradhana rasa or a main rasa in the play. The other rasas will have to support the main rasa. The essence of a play or a poem is the main rasa. It does not matter what rasa occupies majority of space in a poem. For example, in the Ramayana, the main event seems to be the war between Rama and Ravana. So one is tempted to think that the Veera rasa or the heroic is the main rasa in the Ramayana, but it is not so. The poem begins with the separation of 2 birds. The male bird is killed by a hunter and the female bird wails. The grief of their separation triggers the poetic artistry in the mind of Valmiki, and out pours forth the great epic Ramayana from the mouth of Valmiki. And finally, after the war, Rama and Sita unite, but only for a brief period. They get separated again. So the grief dominates the game. So what is the rasa connected to grief? Karuna rasa. Karuna rasa, or the pathos, is the main sentiment of the Ramayana, says Anandavardhana. Similarly, the Great War is the main event in the Mahabharata, or we think so. We tend to think that then Veera rasa is the predominant rasa in the Mahabharata. No. After the war is won, the Pandavas derive no pleasure in ruling over the kingdom. All the relatives are lost. Their own children and grandchildren are killed, but for one prince, Parikshit, who is saved by Lord Krishna. So the Pandavas get disgusted. They depart to the Himalayas seeking the highest liberated state, moksha. Therefore, Shantarasa is the predominant sentiment of the Mahabharata, though it comes only in the end to a greater extent. Now, going on these lines, what is the Pradhana Rasa in Hamlet for that matter? Again, Karuna Rasa, I would say. The hero does not worry about killing or not killing his uncle Claudius for his offense. His dilemma is to be or not to be. We sympathize with him. We feel for him. So Karuna Rasa is evolved in our heart. Who decides which is the Pradhana Rasa? It is only the audience. We, the Rasikas, we decide. So we feel for him. That Karuna Rasa dominates, and it culminates in the ultimate death of the hero. Naturally, when the hero dies, it is but Karuna Rasa. Of course, as expected, Shakespeare provides the scope for the other rasas also. No, it's not that pathos all the while throughout Hamlet, but other rasas are also provided. We will see just a few examples of how other rasas contribute to the main rasa, namely the Karuna Rasa in Hamlet. In the opening of the play, the feeling of wonder, Adbhuta Rasa, and also coupled with Bhayanaka or fear, arises in the mind of the audience. Because of the ghost scene. So the character says, therefore I have entreated him along with us to watch the minutes of this night, that if again this apparition comes, the feeling of fear and wonder are intensified at the appearance of the ghost. Even Horatio says, most like it harrows me with fear and wonder. Running parallel to the wonder, there is a trace of Veera Rasa at the sight of the ghost, which had appeared in the form of the deceased king, in all his knightly armor. Marcellus says, is it not like the king? And Horatio says, such was the very armor he had on when the ambitious Norway combated. So frowned he once, when in angry parley he smote the sledded Polacks on the ice. So, suggestion of Veera Rasa of the elder king who was supposed to die. Then the second scene, we find that Hamlet's instinctive distrust towards Claudius and his utter disgust, that is, Bhivatsarasa, disgust, for the queen, for her hasty marriage with her brother-in-law, his own uncle, a union which he calls incest. The intensity of the disgust is artfully exhibited throughout the scene as in its following lines. Hamlet, the famous speech, "Frailty, thy name is woman. A little month, or ere those shoes were old, with which she followed my poor father's body, like Neo, all tears." And then he says, "Oh God, why she, even she, oh God, a beast that wants discourse of reason, would have mourned longer, married with my uncle, my father's brother, but no more like my father, that I to Hercules, within a month," there lies the emphasis, within a month, what is the hurry? And yet the salt of most unrighteous tears had left the flushing of her galled eyes. She married. Oh, most wicked speed, to post with such dexterity to incestuous. So that the sheets, that incest that he refers, that shows his disgust. What is the hurry for her in marrying my uncle within a month after the death of my father? Now, in the third act, the king plans to send away Hamlet immediately to England, becoming aware that his dangerous secret is out, that he has killed his father. So he asks Rosencrantz and Guildenstern to accompany Hamlet, in this trip and take be very careful about his movements. The speedy voyage is recommended. So Claudius acts purely out of fear from Hamlet's wrath. His fear has turned into panic when he says to Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, "Arm you, I pray you, to this speedy voyage, or we will fetters put upon this fear." So it's fear complex with Bhayanaka, which now goes too free-footed. The hero is always expected to be a noble personality. It is
Excuse me, sir.
suggested. Yes, sir.
We are running short of time now. Please. we have to
Okay.
wind up.
Can I take another 5 minutes?
That is the limit, sir. Thank you.
Okay, right. Okay. 2 or 3 minutes I will wind up.
Yeah, sir. Thank you.
With this idea. The hero is expected to be very noble, upright, and all that. Heroic. Generally, it is suggested by the poet. Let us see how Hamlet is presented. So when the king kneels in prayer at one particular scene, Hamlet enters and finds a golden opportunity to slay him, to kill him, but his analytical mind steps in between. He doesn't believe that his father's death will be avenged if he kills his murderer at the prayer, or to take a man in the purging of his soul would only send him to heaven. By slaying Claudius now, he would undoubtedly follow the ghost's command. Hamlet would follow the ghost's command, but its purpose would be lost. Therefore, Hamlet plays like a Dhira Lalita, Dhirodatta type of hero. His uprightness is revealed. He doesn't kill him at this stage. Then again, in the another scene, Hamlet proceeds to stimulate his mother's conscience to make her realize her gross mistake in forgetting her first husband and remarrying so hastily. So he makes her confess yourself to heaven, repent what is past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost over weeds to make them rank. And even Gertrude, his mother, feels, "O Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in pain." So he has made her repent to some extent. He secures the first triumph over the murderer, his uncle, for the crime. Then we have in Ophelia's death, Karunarasa, and ultimately in the death of Hamlet himself, we have Karunarasa. And therefore, I would say that Karunarasa, you will all perhaps agree with me, that Karunarasa is the predominant element, predominant rasa in Hamlet, while other rasas, although they are there, they are only supportive to the main rasa. Now I will just vary between 1 minute. I will browse through what I have collected. I have given some examples of the depiction of love in a suggestive fashion in plays like Antony and Cleopatra and All is Well That Ends Well, As You Like It, and Comedy of Errors, and few other plays, for example, and The Love's Labor is Lost. And also, I have emphasized that rasa is effective only if it is suggested. Although Shakespeare in some places, he resorts to direct expression of feelings. For example, Miranda, on seeing Ferdinand, she openly expresses love for him. I am your wife if you will marry me. If not, I will die your maid. To be your fellow, you may deny me, but I will be your servant, whether you will or not. So all these things are directly expressed, but there's still a charm in the way Shakespeare expresses it. And going beyond love, also there are certain words of wisdom which are suggested in Shakespeare's plays, and that's all I think I have to say. And maybe I will end with I have quoted from Winter's Tale and The Tempest and Twelfth Night and other plays. They emphasize this particular point that rasa will be wonderful only if it is suggested, and it can only be suggested, otherwise it becomes nirasa. So that is how rasa and dhani play a prominent role in the plays of Shakespeare. That's what I wanted to emphasize in this particular presentation. I thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Nice opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Shruti, please conclude.
Yes. So thank you so much, Professor Ramaratnam. This was really very interesting points that you raised of suggestive expression, rasa as well. I would say you said sensation, sentiment. I would say affect as well, because that's what you also kind of, highlighted through the various examples that you took from the various Shakespearean texts, vibhats rasa, and very interesting things. Professor Mali, would you like to maybe just give the concluding remarks, any observations quickly?
Thank you. Please, straight away.
1 minute, sir. I want to thank Professor Jagdish Batra, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I am grateful to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
You have made my day, and then I'm so fortunate to be in the midst of so many luminaries with Professor K.K. Darwal, great poet K.K. Darwala, sir, and then Suresh Kumar Sharma, sir, and others. I would like to only add that all poetry is
separate lecture.
All poetry.
Sir will invite you for a separate lecture.
Thank you. I'm grateful to you, sir. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, Professor Ramaratnam. Thank you so much, Professor Chandra Mali. It was really very, very interesting, beautiful morning today. And now we proceed on to the author talk. And I can already see our next anchor, Dr. Om Devedi. Over to you, Poonam.
Thank you, Shruti.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Shruti. Good morning to all present here. So I welcome you all in this session, discussion and interaction with eminent scholar and poet and writer, K.K. and Daruwala, sir. Am I audible?
Hey.
Okay, thank you. So I'm extremely thankful to OP Jindal Global University for organizing 8th JGU International Literary Conference, which is being held from July 18th to 20th over the theme India in the Literary Imaginary. So this is the idea which is conceived by Professor Batra and organizing such a wonderful international literary conference. And he's giving us opportunity to interact with the scholars and poets, writers so that we can enhance our knowledge and we can grow in the field of literary world. So thank you, Dr. Batra, for organizing such an event. So I'm thankful to Professor Batra for making me part of this conference and giving us the opportunity to meet and exchange views also to gain from the author's scholarship and their experiences. So in this session, we are going to interact with eminent poet and novelist Padma Shri K.K. Daruwala and Professor Sushil Kumar Sharma from the Department of English and Modern European Languages, University of Allahabad. He is chairing the session. So I'm unable to find him on the screen. Professor Sushil Kumar Sharma.
He was here a short while ago. He was here.
No, he's there. I can see him.
I'm there.
Oh, sir, good morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm fine. And it's really nice to hear your voice. So please share your video or your screen if possible. Yes. Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
We'll start the camera on.
Yes. So this is the time when we can recall so many days and so many years which we had spent in Allahabad, as Professor S.K. Sharma is my professor, I can say he is my mentor too. So thank you, sir, for being here. Okay. So as you all know that no introduction is required if Dr. K.K., if K.K. Daruwala is before you, and no more introduction, no more words required because everyone know who is K.K. Daruwala ji. So let me start with his very large, though brief in words. Let's have a glimpse over K.K. Daruwala's journey. Padma Shri K.K. Daruwala is India's foremost poet and short story writer in English. He is also a former Indian Police Service officer. He was awarded the Sahitya Academy Award in 1984 for his book, poetry collection, The Keeper of the Dead by the Sahitya Academy. Besides, he was awarded Padma Shri, the fourth highest civilian award in India in 2014. And Going Stories of Kinship is the latest arrival, which consists of 5 stories and which is around family relationship and kinship ties. So I hope that we will hear about this book and the stories in this session. So moving next to about his journey, K.K. Daruwala was born in Lahore to a Parsi family in 1937. His father, N.C. Daruwala, was an eminent professor who taught in Government College, Lahore. And before the partition of India, his family left and divided India in 1945. He grew up studying in various schools and in various languages. He moved to Junagadh and then to Rampur in India. So he has a taste, a flavor, a tie between so many places, and he knows the language, the culture, which is clearly shown in his poetry. You can feel that, you can smell the real taste of India in his poetry through the language. So as a result that he moved so many places, and that's why he has various kind of the appeal in his language. We can find the thought process, the vision we can see in his poetries. And then he obtained his MA in English literature from Government College, Ludhiana, and then spent a year at Oxford as a Queen Elizabeth House Fellow in 1980 to 1981. He joined the police service in 1958 as an IPS officer on deputation with the center. He worked in the Sahitya in the Sashastra Seema Bal till 1965 as a special assistant on international affairs to the Prime Minister Charan Singh from August 2, 1979 to 19 January 1980. Subsequently, he resigned from the IPS to join the Research and Analysis Service, where he rose to the rank of a Special Secretary, then as a Chairman, Joint Intelligence Committee, from which post he retired in 1995. Post-retirement, he was a member of National Commission for Minorities from 3rd February 2011 to 2nd February 2014. His work as a police officer offered him various opportunities to work in different parts of the country and to face the harsh realities of life, which he poured in his writing. And he has written 18 books of poems and fiction, both short and large. And his first book of poetry was Under Orion, which was published by Writers Workshop India in 1970. His first novel, For Paper and Artist, was published in 2009. He received Commonwealth Poetry for his collection of poems, Landscape, in the year 1987, that is all. So this was the brief introduction of Kalki and Daruwala, sir. So now I invite Professor Sushil Kumar Sharma, sir, for the formal welcome.
Please here come later. Present chair will be later. First is Kalki Daruwala.
Okay. So I would like to request Professor Kalki and Daruwala, sir. So kindly share your views and your poetry and your stories with the audience and with the scholars. Please. So please unmute your mic.
Yes, they again muted me. I unmuted myself, but they unmuted me. I'm a little unsure of these gadgets.
IT, please, sir.
Sorry?
IT, please. I am calling upon IT to help, sir. IT.
Thank you, Dr. Jagdish.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Patra, for inviting me for this half an hour, 40 minutes of talk with the audience. Now, and I was a good listener to Professor Ramaratnam. It was a very, very detailed detailed lecture on Shakespeare and the Russells. I'll make a very short excursion on poetry, because poetry is an ocean and you can't talk about it. And I don't want to mix up my prose writing with poetry at the moment. You come at an age, I started writing poetry after 30. You come to an age where you have absorbed a little bit of the world, a little bit of from what you have learned from the family, from reading, and you have read extensively. I hope so. Most poets do, especially in English. I don't know about the regional languages and Hindi and Urdu, but they are well read. And after that, one fine day, the poet confronts the world, and the paper or the papyrus in front of him, and he wants to write. And what he wants to write is He's both confronting the world and moving along with it. I have a scenic picture before me that a poet is at a riverbank or an ocean beach. So whatever he has had, whatever he has learned on the bank and before it in the land, and then he comes with all his learning, with all his hopes, his ambitions, and he confronts the sea or the river, let's say, and the river is flowing by, and the river is, or the ocean is language. So all the hopes, aspirations, confrontations he wants to experience, he has to compress all of it within the acreage, if I may say so, of language. I do feel that language is a very important part of poetry. And if one is not adept at the language, best not to indulge in poetry. I'll read a few poems to start with, and later on talk about it. And the first poem, one is I'm coming out with one of my best poetry books, another 2 months or so. The publisher wanted to separate it from my stories. He said, you should come out with poetry and prose together. And I'll read a few poems to start with from this volume, Hope in Our Times. And the first thing I want to talk about in this dismal period, the disease and all that, and the war in Ukraine, and I want to talk about hope. Hope in our times. Night bullets are rife with Rafael and Sabrimalla. So I must have written this in 2019 when Sabrimalla was very much in the news. As bare-chested devotees keep the pot churning. I'll read it again. Night bulletins are rife with Rafael and Sabrimalla. As bare-chested devotees keep the pot churning. Here the cold, dense, heavy, as a watchman adds twigs and dry bark to keep chaff fires burning. Hope and light, small time thieves in the fog, cling stealthily to something close to yearning, and through a hole in the mist, suddenly a barbet calls, the ear is turning. I don't know why. Normally at a New Year's Eve or the last 10 days of December, I write a poem. This was one of it. These are landscape poems, and I revel in the landscape because a lot of English poetry is written on landscapes, though, and the landscape comes out in the poetry of modern poets as well. But modernity has cluttered things up. It's not the 19th century or the earlier 20th century anymore. This is a poem on Matheran. My father left me with a very fine book on Matheran. Then that has disappeared. Most of my father's books have disappeared, obviously. He was born in 1890. I mean, father and son have traversed 3 centuries, don't forget. So there's the poem Matharan. It's a lovely hill spot. And there was this poem, there was this book, beautifully written and by an Englishman. And it had a green cover. I still remember it. I've lost the book. Matharan. How come this summer, when the heat is incandescent, sky white, just a band of glare, and birds as they hoot their eyes hide in these hollows? I think of the rains in Matharan, that forested hilltop dripping with shadows and leeches. Father never lived on this hill. No gene memory took me there, but he left me a book on Matharan with a haunting green cover, which has disappeared now, and so has father. And his books, holding on to words in their faded lettering on yellowing paper. I've been to Matharan, incidentally. It was written by a 19th century Englishman who loved forgotten hills. The passage on the monsoons had the splendor of Sheridan on Awadh as he thrust his verbal rapiers into Hastings, or Burke on his lament on Marie Antoinette. Here was lightning whipping itself on the rock ramparts of the Ghats, cosmic self-flagellation, and the thunder snared by rock crevices, echoing and re-echoing into the night. Sorry, I'll read that. And the thunder snared by rock crevices, echoing and re-echoing into the night. I see those words disappear into my eyelids beyond recall. How does a fitful glimmer move into memory through words? And how did that clamor and electric damp disappear into dream? There was a time when I used to write my poems with a conclusion. Now I'd rather, much rather write where things are left indistinct. Formerly, I used to write the ending religiously first, so that I would not lose my way. But that was a bad habit. Night train. All is black and opaque. Shadows that swirl past are darker than spaces between the constellations. When the night train moves into the unseen fringe of dark on dawn, it carries the dark with it. Edge of light shredding the edge of form. Through the frost, white window, trees black lit, seeding of color starts, light bickers with mustard flower over a tone of yellow. A banyan philosophizes over its hedge of crop roots, burrowing into the grass. A gout-afflicted scarecrow stretches its arms sideways. A pond flowers with herons. भाई वहां बात मत करो और दरवाजा बंद करो. Sorry. A Ladakh nocturne. Well, Ladakh is a wonder, and especially if you sleep out in the open. I used to sleep out in the night in the open, of course, covered with blankets, etc. The stars are so crystal clear. The sky is so crystal clear. You can't imagine. The temple bell is still, and its heavy metal ring that cleaves the blue sky at dawn is quiet. Quiet as the stars that lie still in the unruffled. Bird dreams are also silent as crow and manna roost on the lone tree in this grassless landscape. Birds go back in time, these dreams that flash like magic lanterns slide across their eyes are from the silent movie era. The prayer drums that girdle this holy conglomeration of stones are one with the stillness of the night. The Gompa is surprisingly stable atop that rocky hill, which looks like a cataract of boulders halted in descent. The Sakyamuni, inside in his lotus pose, gold and nirvanic peace painted on his face, is meditating on eternity. Even as a thin shawl of mist wraps itself around the monastery so that it looks like a mound of incense smoking up from the Shell Valley to the stars. One must come down to climatology. I must say a word or two about the book I'm coming out with. And I was in Cyprus with Stephanides, the poet retiring from professorship of the Cyprus University, a very, very eminent poet also. And I was asked by the other poets around that I must write on Cyprus. So I have a poem or two in this, but I'm not going to read it. I can't read from what I'm still going to publish. The Iceberg at Abu Dhabi has been written in a book on climatology. And I have thought of of an iceberg at Abu Dhabi, because the North Seas start warming up, and we may one sad day see an iceberg at Abu Dhabi or a Gulf state, or even in one of our Indian ports. Here it is. I think it is the duty of a writer to also talk about climatology, to talk about what is happening to the planet, because this is at the moment, this is one of the only planets that has life on it. And it is one of the smallest planets in the thousands and thousands of stars and galaxies. I've written about those, but that comes in the book. Iceberg at Abu Dhabi. If you are a Jeddah, I must tell you, I was at Jeddah in the evening once, 30 years ago, and I couldn't believe it. The hundreds and thousands of lights, it had made the airport totally had brought daylight into the airport, and it must have done a lot to the climate as well. So here's the poem. If you are a Jeddah, as I am, and it is night, you can't believe it is night. For 1,000,000 small suns, though not in the sky, are at port, blazing through glass, tube and globe. Eyelids and cornea splinter and fall like insect wings after Indian rain. And as they gaze at the light fall, this isn't night, it's eye-tearing day. The dazzle faded from some region bordering night. A billion lights burning to show ships coming from air and screeching on hard ground. I'm the baby iceberg, torn from mother, broke away, blessed by her. She seemed of a rocker, shouting, who knows when we were transcribed into existence. Go. What the hell did she mean? This is the iceberg speaking, I hope you understand. Iceberg thin, water roar broke the membranes around my ears, and I moved like voyagers who sailed the Caribbean in the times when Jews were thrown out of the Iberian landmass. That was when the time when Vasco da Gama came to India as well. What the hell did she mean? Iceberg thinned, water roared, broke the membranes around my ears, and I moved like voyagers who sailed the Caribbean in the times when Jews were thrown out of the Iberian landmass as big as the country I've left. We meet again at Abu Dhabi, for tomorrow I'll be there. I go back into history, and you live with history. It is unfortunate that the 21st century, the last 2 decades, because of the numerous gadgets and people stuck to the laptop, that this is vanishing. The conjunction with the past, your closeness to the past, your proximity to the past is vanishing. Today, people are talking about emergencies during the times of Indira Gandhi. For me, it's almost next door. It happened. It was in front of my eyes. And today, you may have to teach some kid what the emergency was, or what independence was, or what partition was. My 2 eldest brothers, I'm the youngest and the only one living now. They were caught in the partition. They were in Lahore. And what they told us, how they came through Rajasthan eventually, we wear a sacred thread, and they showed their sacred thread to the Pakistanis, to the Muslims, that we were not Hindus. And then we showed this, and my brothers showed the same sacred thread and the vest that they wore, the sadra, to the Hindus when they came across the borders into Rajasthan. It was called Rajputana in those days, and moved to where we were. And we used to, my father, my parents, and my elder brother, one elder brother was with me. And we were in Junagadh, and we used to be stuck to the radio, small little radio, a little bigger than the laptop, of what was happening. One brother was in the Lawrence College, Murray, and I've written about that in a novel on Junagadh, where we were there for about 4 years.
It's Ancestral Affairs, sir.
Sorry?
Ancestral Affairs novel. You're referring to the novel Ancestral Affairs.
Can I read for another 5 minutes or
Sure.
10 minutes?
Please, sir, please carry on.
Okay. Okay, you also write slightly satirical or very satirical words. I was at the IIC hearing a very fine piano recital by a foreigner, and the poem came to me. It was raining, and I was wondering, there was something wrong with the leaking tap, and I live alone. My wife passed away in the year 2000. Nervous listener at piano recital. Piano and flute are at Mozart's Andante. I'll read again. Piano and flute are at Mozart's Andante. I think of the slur of traffic on the rain-wet road. The flute sounds quicker. It isn't. The Delhi hoi polloi clapped between movements, the toads. The flutist swings, his knees flex, hips sway to the music. My mind is not at rest. The cause, a leaking tap at home, drips on my dry memory. And between the movements, the endless Delhi applause. I'll read 2 or 3 poems. When you travel, and I write when I travel, and now for the last 2 years, I've hardly traveled at all. What lights up? I zoomed across the Himalayas, Bhutan, Sikkim, Nepal, with a party. And for 78 days, we were traversing on 4 Scorpios. I was in a Bolero. What lights up? What lights up? The light bulb filaments of your recall, old man. This streak of fire through the thin wire of memory and mind. What line? Which? From which past? From which poet? Sorry. The ibex looking down quizzically at our car from cliff. The croc, which is a crocodile. The croc sunning corrugated hide on the banks of the Rapti as I cross the river, rolling on elephant back. Weary elephant, treating riverbed like a mine, trundling diagonal across the current. And red-robed monk, slowing down life, not through asanas, but with mumbled prayer. But that slow rolls the cylindrical prayer drum and stars at their night shift in Ladakh. I don't remember the dripping, deciduous word leaf, holistic halfway through its never-ending fall from the tree of knowledge. Sorry, the host has asked me to start my video. It somehow has disappeared. I'm starting the video, but yes. I'm bad at gadgetry, I told you. Yes. And it's not well lighted. Somehow my face is not in consonance with light.
No, you look handsome, sir.
I don't remember the dripping, deciduous word leaf, holistic halfway through the never-ending fall from the tree of knowledge. And your eyes, I remember them, bright as a window of a just lit room, seen from the cinder dark outside, the black moment, cinder dark, that was I at the moment. Sad, isn't it? Not a bit. The spyglass getting hazed in the cold as it peeps into the mist and melancholy of the gone by Guzishta. Urdu word for the past, memory, sabotaging memory, past, subverting the past. And I'll read, I think, one more poem because that comes to the end of it. I was heading a cultural delegation to Cuba, and my daughter lives in Seattle, and I couldn't go back to North America unless you traverse to another country in those days. And I went to Canada for just one day, and I visited a museum. And this is the poem on the museum, Greek vases. That's my last poem today. On their red and black vases and their amphorae, the equatorial bulge of their amphorae are spearmen setting out, one of them about to climb onto a one-horse chariot. When soldiers move, one knows their travel plans. Long sapping marches through scrub and marsh and deserts from where the oases have fled. Till one windy night, they come upon an escarpment overlooking a plain embered with campfires, Trojan or Turk or Persian, and know in the pit of their hearts that the next dawn means enemy horse and steel. But we are circling black vase and amphora and find the spearmen clad in armor and their spears etched on the baked memory of clay. I'll read that again. But we are circling black vase and amphora and find the spearmen clad in armor
question answer.
And their spears etched on the baked memory of clay. Spears longer than the lines of Homer or the Chronicle of Callisthenes. That was his nephew. Behind them are tearful women, wives and mothers, always in black, as if already in mourning. Lament and prophecy, Trojan women, Andromache and Cassandra clamber onto the vase without being there. That's it. I hope I have not gone beyond my time limit.
No, sir, nothing of the sort.
Thank you so much, sir. You are always in time, and it's a pleasure listening to you and your beautiful recitation. You have a very catching voice, and the way you recite your poems, it directly touches audiences' hearts and it make grip to the people and over the people. So thank you so much for being here and joining us today. So now I would like to invite questions from the audience. If you want to interact, you want to ask if you have any query, please kindly join us.
Very short, 5 minutes.
We have only 5 minutes. Anybody?
There are 6. There are 6 on my laptop.
Yes.
Comments. I don't know. They are comments or questions.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, I can see. As spice is to food, music is to drama, beauty is to love. So is rasa iske baad. That's not. Yes.
Okay, so can I ask a question?
Can we have a question from Professor
Okay,
Ramesh?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Please,
Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Ravi, you can ask question to Keki sir. Ravi, you can ask question to Keki
No,
sir.
I enjoyed listening to his poetry, but I had a point to be discussed with Professor Ramaran. Thank you, sir.
Okay, later on, please. So can I ask something of Professor Keki Daruwala-ji? Keki sir.
Yes.
I can ask a short question. You refer to your brother in Junagadh. And what I find is in this novel of yours, Ancestral Affairs, that I have in my hand here.
Yes.
In this novel, Rohinton is the alter ego of your brother. Am I right?
Sorry? No.
Rohinton.
No, there is only the escape from Murray, from Lawrence College, Murray.
That is common.
Junagadh, that is autobiographical. That is not.
Okay.
That is from my brother's life. That's it.
And they take on dialogues between the Nawab and the Diwan. Do they also reflect an autobiographical angle?
That is absolute. That is absolute perfect history.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
No deviation from history.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor Batra. Any other scholar, if you want to ask any question to Keki, sir, you can ask.
What am I expected to do? To ask questions or to chair the session?
Okay, so if there is no question, if there is no question, I would like to invite Professor Sushil Kumar Sharma ji for his presidential remark. Sir, please join us.
Actually, these are not the presidential remarks from a senior scholar like Keki Daruwala, from whom we have learned a lot. How to read literature, how to write poetry, how to read fiction. So there is no question of presiding over his lecture. But I would like to begin with my first meeting with him. That was in 2002. I do not know whether Keki sir remembers it, but in BHU there was a seminar on Buddhism and literature, and I was sitting next to him, and I had almost a week ago, I had at that time joined the University of Allahabad from Pantnagar, and my first collection of poetry from the core within was there with me. So I presented a copy to him, and Keki sir immediately opened that book and he read the first poem. The first poem was the first stanza. My conscience is like my maid servant who never bathes. That was the first stanza of the poem entitled The Spineless. And then my conscience is like my naughty son who never obeys. My conscience is like my healthy cat who turns pale at the sight of a dog. My conscience is like my family god who can be mutilated by any barber. And my conscience is like my blue parrot who does not sing in a golden cage. This is the small poem that that he read.
Right.
And he immediately reacted. He said, in the first stanza, you are politically wrong. Why will a maid servant not take a bath? The second thing he objected to was by any barber. He said this political element should not be there in poetry. Now that was his stand in 2002.
I don't remember any of it.
Certainly, sir. A minor poet is generally not cared for by senior persons, and there is no need to remember him also. But I took it as certain lessons from the senior poet, how to move into the world of writing. So that was the first meeting. And the second meeting was at Kanpur, almost 15 years back. The last meeting was, sir, at IIC when Hoshang Merchant's book was released.
Okay.
And we also have, we chatted, we exchanged books, and then we also had certain photographs. So that generally a charge is there against Indian poetry in English, that it is dealing with the self too much. The political themes are missing. One can read the times, if one, the contemporary times from the contemporary poetry of Hindi or from Urdu or from Tamil or Telugu. But people say that they are disappointed when they read Indian poetry in English. I also felt the very same way, like many of the critics. And as Professor, today's poet Daruwala Sahab himself was saying, that he's basically a landscape poet. But when I was looking into his poems and his reactions and his asides, I found that none of his poems was simply a landscape poem. Every poem had got political insights, although he was trying to brush away that political insight and the political stand. But every poem that he read out today has some political angle, had some point of view. He also talked about his poetic journey. He began with the dismal period of today. Naturally, this dismal period of today, he was referring to COVID. He was also referring to this war, Ukraine-Russia war. But the very first poem, Hope, also had a reference to Raphael. It also had a reference to Sabrai Mala. Now, both these issues, they were political issues in Indian conditions. So any critic who is trying to read the contemporary times can very well read Daruwala's poetry and may find the contemporary history also reflected in the poems. Now, there are two groups. One group is one who is out and out political, particularly the Progressive Writers Association. They make their politics so obvious, or Janwadi Lekhak Sangh, they make their politics so obvious that one doesn't have to make certain efforts to find out those elements of politics over there, or to find out the stand over there. But here, one will have to make a conscious effort, a deliberate effort. And art lies in concealing art. This is what the common dictum says. And art lies in concealing politics. That is Daruwala. And the politics is there in his poetry, whether it is there in the form of Raphael, whether it is there in the form of Sabrai Mala, whether it's there in the form of landscape. Even the politics of environment has been referred to, what he used the term climatology. And generally, generally these days the environmental politics is going on all over the world. It is related with the developmental issues. It is also related with the current political party. And there is a certain stand that has been taken. Now he has referred to Cyprus. He has referred to Jeddah. He has referred to Cuba, and he has referred to satirical poetry. Now, satire comes only when satire can be appreciated only when you understand the contemporary times. If you do not understand the contemporary times, the satire will simply go early. So a person who grapples with the present day moment, a person who grapples with the contemporary politics, naturally will be writing satirical poetry. And generally it is said that the greatest English poetry, for example, John Milton, he was not at all satirical, but political he was. Despite the fact that he was talking about grand themes, grand scales. So any poetry any good poetry cannot be written without having a certain stand on the political issues, on the contemporary issues, and on the future. He made a very beautiful point. Earlier, when he was young, he used to have conclusions in his poetry. But now, as his age grows, he has stopped drawing conclusions. Now, I find that there is a change in the attitude. Of course, the change in attitude is there. Okay, there is a request to wind up. So with this point, I'd like to wind up saying that this also reflects the changing attitude of the poet that comes with the growing age. Age is ripe, and whatever persons may feel, naturally somewhere a feeling starts coming that perhaps I was wrong, perhaps I may not be right, perhaps this stand is wrong, perhaps that stand is correct. And therefore, to leave a poem open-ended, to leave a short story open-ended, perhaps is a better idea. There could be a different point of view on this issue, but this is how I feel that this is being done. I would also like to refer to his comment that he made, that he writes while he travels. As a matter of fact, I do not know whether he actually writes while he is traveling, but I am reminded of an interview of Ramesh Pokharian, who has more than 30 books to his credit and who was also our ex-HRD minister. My wife asked him, how do you write? How? You are so busy, you are a politician. Where is the time to write 30 books? And that gentleman said that he actually writes while he travels. And he said that he can write while it is all dark around him. So we were all surprised. How is it possible to write while he is traveling in the hilly tracks in a car and when there is no light around? But this is what his claim was. I wish Professor Patra could give us some more time to interact and to have some more lively sessions with him. But I thoroughly enjoyed this session, sir. I thoroughly enjoyed the session of the poetry reading session. I wish we could also listen to some of his stories, but there is always a next time. So thank you, Keki sir. We expect more books. We expect more books. We expect more enlightenment. We expect more knowledge in the coming years from you, more words of wisdom from you. Thank you, Jagdish Batra sir, for giving me an opportunity to talk to your audience and having thought of me. Thank you, Dr. Poonam Dwivedi. I've seen you after a long time, at least virtually. So thank you. And you said nice words about Allahabad University. You said nice words about me. I feel humbled. The occasion for all this has been provided by Professor Jagdish Batra sir. So once again, my thank you, sir. And thank you so much. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your nice words. And I'm very thankful to Keki sir for discussing the writing and how to write poetry and what are the essentials of writing poetry. एक बात अभी एस के शर्मा सर ने कही कि there is a too much self involved in the writing. तो मुझे एक बात याद आती है कि मुझसे तुम मुझे जुदा कर दोगे तो क्या पाओगे, न तुम्हारे पास मैं बच पाऊंगी, न मेरे अंदर तुम समाओगे. So the self is very healing. The self is very much required for the sustainability of the character of the person of the writing. So for me, I think sometimes being subjective is very much required to reflect the objectivity of yourself. So thank you so much. And it was really a nice interaction with Keki sir, and I'm really missing the physical interaction with the writers. And hi Shruti, I really miss you. And Professor Batra, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to interact with the writers, the professors, and especially Professor Keki sir. Thank you so much for being here with us. And looking forward to meet you again. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sir.
All the best.
Thank you, Keki sir. I'm deeply obliged. Whenever I requested you, you have been very kind to oblige me, and I'm blessed really.
Thank you very much, Batra Sahab. Thank you very much. And the lady.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So friends, now we come to the next session, which is slated in a few minutes from now. And this session is going to be on versus West approach. And the anchor for this session is Dr. Lavi Srivastava. Dr. Lavi, are you there? Dr. Lavi Srivastava.
Yes, sir, I'm here. Just a minute. Yes, sir. So, sir, are we going to take the break or we are going to continue?
Just have 2 minutes, at 12 o'clock we start. So
okay.
For 2 minutes. I know, sir. Yeah, wonderful.
How are you?
So these 2 minutes are actually for mingling up a bit,
Okay.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nandini ji.
Hello, Nandini. How are you?
Yeah, namaskar, sir. How are you?
Badhiya.
I'm good. So good to see you.
I'm sorry I have to leave because I have to meet a class. So I won't be
no worries.
so I will listen to your talk on.
What I understand is like constitution and unraveling of meaning is central to literature and particularly to poetry. So my small point was that what is meaning per se, and because speech manifests our thoughts. So do you differentiate between figures of speech and figures of thought? So these are the 2 points I wanted to raise.
Your voice was not very clear. Can somebody relate it to me?
You can type it out maybe in the chat box, Raviji.
Okay, sir. Sure. I'll do it.
So we have
So you are muted. Sir, we can't hear you.
Right. So we have Dr. Om Devedi here. He has joined already. Dr. Anamika is awaited. So in the meantime, the question by Dr. Ravi Bhushan may be taken up by Professor Ramaratnam sir. And we just have 2 or 3 minutes for this interaction.
Sir, am I audible?
Yes, sure. Have you put the question in the chat box?
I couldn't, sir. Can I repeat the question?
Yeah,
if I'm audible?
Can you please repeat it slowly?
Yes, sir.
Briefly.
My point was, what I understand is that constitution and unraveling of meaning is central to literature per se, like particularly poetry. That means constitution of meaning and unraveling of meaning in poetry. Now, having said it, my point is, what is meaning in that case? What is meaning? Because I'm reminded of a book by Ogden and I.A. Richards, that what is the meaning of meaning? So that's one point. Second point is...
Okay, let's go ahead only with one question, sir, please. Sir,
what is relevance of what?
What is the constitution of word and its meaning?
Oh, word and its meaning. So according to our tradition, the Sanskrit tradition, the word and meaning are united together. In fact, Kalidasa, they are united together like Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati. Vagartha viva samprukta Vagartha pratipatye jagata pitaro vande Parvati Parameshwara. There is another view given by the logicians who say the word and its the meaning and its word are united, that is permanent, the eternal. Asmat padat ayamartho bodhavyaha iti Ishvara sanketaha shakti. Word has got a power, and that power is given actually by God. It may not be acceptable to the present generation if these things were to be raised. But there is some kind of permanent relationship. If everyone interprets a word in a different fashion, then language will not exist at all. So, even though a word...
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Move over to Dr. Lavi now.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Even though there could be different meanings for a word, yet some fixed, some understanding is there in the society that this word means this.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you.
Word and the sense.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I think I can start now.
Yeah, sure.
So I think, okay. So good afternoon, everyone. This is the 5th session of the 8th International Literary Conference on the theme India and Literary Imaginary. And the theme of this session is Indian versus Western approach. To chair this session, we have with us Professor Nandini Sahu. A brief introduction about the chair. Professor Nandini Sahu is Professor of English and also the former Director, School of Foreign Languages, IGNOU, New Delhi, India. She's an established Indian English poet, creative writer, and folklorist, counting among the Amazon's best-selling author 2022. She is the author-editor of almost 17 books. She is also a recipient of the Literary Award Gold Medal from the Honorable Vice President of India for her contribution to English studies. Her areas of research interest cover new literatures, critical theory, folklore and cultural studies, children's literature and American literature. She is also one of the presenters in today's session. The other presenter for this session are Professor Om Devedi. He is Associate Professor of English Literature and he is also the head School of Liberal Arts at Bennett University, India. His research interests lie in the field of post-colonial theory, Indian writing in English and cultural studies. He is the co-author of Re-Orientalism and Indian Writing in English, published by Palgrave, and Indian Writing in English and the Global Literary Market, also published by the Palgrave. His latest publication includes a special issue of Journal of Post-Colonial Writing, published by Routledge on fractured identities in post-colonial and post-apocalyptic setting, framing the post-corona world. And his forthcoming is a volume on critical discourse in South Asia, English criticism. The other presenter of this session is Professor Anamika Shukla. She will be presenting along with Professor Nandini Sahu. Professor Anamika Shukla is Associate Professor at IGNOU, New Delhi. She has some wonderful publications to her credit. She will be presenting today, and the title of her paper is Reading Ahilya and Sita from Crystal Lens of Mythopia. I now request the chair to take over and proceed the session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, madam, for these kind words about all the presenters. And first of all, a very special thanks to Professor Batra, Jagdish Batra, who has been a great friend, and he has always been kind enough to associate me in all the activities, the wonderful activities that he has been doing in OP Jindal Global University. I know that he is a scholar of very high repute, and he himself has been working on varieties of subjects, and I have practically seen his various interests, and I'm so glad to be here to share my thoughts with you, with all of you today on this subject, reading Ahilya and Sita from the crystal lens of Mythopoeia. Dr. Anamika Shukla is, the collaborator of this research with me, and I hope she can join. She was facing some problems with her internet, so she was trying to join, and unless she is able to join, I will also try to manage her share of the paper, but I sincerely wish that her internet works and she joins. And I welcome the other speaker of this session, and since this is a session of 1 hour and 15 minutes, I think we will divide it into say 2 papers, because me and Anamika 1 paper and the other speaker the other paper. So I'll be taking something like 30-35 minutes, Professor Batra.
I think
Madam?
I've sent the manual. If we allot 15 minutes to each speaker, then probably we'll be able to have, some 10 minutes for question answer also. So
Wonderful, wonderful. So I will be taking, say, some 20 minutes for to complete the discussion on the subject, reading Ahilya and Sita from Mythopoeia. I have already circulated my synopsis, which I had sent you, and it has been sent to all the participants. So I don't need to really repeat everything, rather than just giving a little bit of introduction about what I mean by the word Mythopoeia. Mythopoetic is storytelling and poetry as a means of creation and introspection of myth. That all of us know, isn't it? And mythopoesis is one of the very interesting and important genres which many Indian writers are using today as a narrative genre in contemporary literature, film studies, and even science fiction. So the word has basically come from science fiction. And in science fiction, a fictional or reproductional mythology is shaped by the writer, and its origin dates back to Tolkien's writing in 1930s. So that is how the term Mythopoeia started. And in India, we see that a lot of writers have kind of rewritten, reinterpreted, represented, and presented mythology in various forms. They have sincerely and they have closely worked with Mythopoeia, and the authors in this genre, they participate in the making of the traditional mythological systems and archetypes into the fiction. And in this case, fictional poetry, because me and Anamika, we decided to talk about Ahilya and Sita. I am invited to this conference in the capacity of being a creative writer. Dr. Batra closely knows about my books, especially my book Sita, and he was kind enough to ask me to talk about my book Sita, and also one of my poems published in my recent collection, A Song Half and Half, which is Amazon's best-selling book. And in that book, there is one poem, Ahilya. So towards the end of the presentation, I will come to Sita and Ahilya. But initially, I would try to talk about Indian and Western approaches to mythology. When you say that India versus Western approach, I would rather try to twist it a little bit. India influenced on Western schools of thought, or Indian knowledge system, how we have influenced the Western schools of thought. I would be basically talking about that. And the works of Mythopoeia are regularly categorized as fantasy or science fiction. But also, Joseph Campbell, he he has quoted Nietzsche's worldview of mythology when he says that new myths and retro myths must be freshly fashioned. So we are trying to create a fresh idea, a fresh fashion of our mythology through our contemporary literature. And I belong to a progressive and free-thinking school of thought where I do not decline or I do not deny the idea of reproducing mythology, keeping in view the contemporary needs. Our children, our society, it needs a fresh presentation of mythology. So this is where mythopoeia comes in. And the literary works that deal with mythopoeia, they provide relief from the existential anxiety. Like somebody asked me, why should you teach mythology to children? So probably my answer would be, it provides a relief from the existential anxiety that comes from a very rational world. And also by reading mythology, by re-looking at mythology, sometimes we might look at the negatives of some traditions and try to avoid them, and the positives and the plus points of some traditions and try to emulate them, to follow them. And mythopoeia can serve in a way to link different cultures and societies. This is where the theme of today's session comes, that Western and Indian thoughts and the links thereof. And the mythopoeia, sometimes it is termed as artificial mythology. Why do we say that? I'll also come to that. And then in my synopsis, I have also mentioned Alan Dundes, the distinguished folklorist who talks about artificial myth. So my attention in today's paper is that sometimes, scholars or pseudo-scholars, they talk about those who work on culture studies and mythology interchangeably. They talk about folklore, classical literature, mythology, contemporary literature almost loosely, almost interchangeably they use the terms. And this is my basic tension. There's a thin line between mythology, classical literature, folklore, and how all three of them have influenced our contemporary literature. There is a thin line, and the scholars are participating in this session today. I would request you to understand those thin lines before you get into serious engagement and research with mythology, classical literature, or folklore, isn't it? And no other study is more misunderstood than mythology, which we all know. And having said that, again, I would talk about some arguments or some debates regarding the invention of new metaphors. Where do you invent metaphors? And where there is a culture distraction, a culture of distraction. I am quoting Monroe when she talks about the culture of distraction, which kind of creates a chaos among the scholars, and it creates a chaos between the spaces of theory and poetry. As a poet myself, as a practicing poet myself, I believe and I feel that somehow there is a long-standing divisive space between theory and poetry, which is coming to an end in the contemporary scenario. When I take my English literature classes, my theory classes with the MPhil and PhD students, the poet in me predominates. And when I write poetry as a practicing poet, the theorist and the folklorist in me may predominate. So what I'm trying to say here is the poetry theory symbiosis and the poetry theory collaboration is coming up in a very different and a most engaging way. And that is where mythopoeia, or the creation of retelling of mythological incidents or mythological events, comes up. And this is where I would also suggest the scholars to read New Historicism and Cultural Materialism. New Historicism is parallel readings of texts, and Cultural Materialism is one step ahead of that, one step beyond that, So when you are a cultural materialistic or you're a specialist or a scholar of cultural materialism, what you basically do is you look at one text, say poetry in this case, a poem like Sita or Ahalya, you look at that poem from different perspectives, from the perspective of the society, from gender studies, from culture studies, from masculinity studies, from feminism, from LGBTQ studies, and even from post-colonial and post-modernist strategies. You look at poems from different perspectives. And when you are talking about any literary text by any author, you tend to look at the medicine, the society, the food, the cuisine, all the habits of that particular period, and then you interpret the text. In order to understand one writer, in order to understand a text, you may have to look at the cultural practices, the societal practices, even the food habits, or anything for that matter of that particular period. And when I say about the poetry theory symbiosis, which generates a discourse in which the virtual and the real, the abstract and the concrete, the theory and the praxis, they're interlocked in a dialectical manner, then I am a practitioner of cultural materialism. I'm a practitioner of new historicism. And theory masquerades as poetry makes the logical sophistication into theory. So this is how theory and poetry come together, and this is how we have to interpret, understand, reinterpret, reread Sita. But before I talk about mythical poetry, I would also like to introspect, ask a few questions to myself as a practicing poet. Is Nandini, the maker of Sita, or for that matter, the maker of Ahilya, a poet of her community, or is she the poet of the institution and university only? I question that to myself, so that as an answer to my questions, probably I will be more liberal in my writing and my approaches to mythology, to mythopoeia. That is another very larger question that I asked myself: has university dislodged a community as the site of poetry? The answers to these questions should be explored in the process of this paper. And when I looked at your Western and Indian thoughts, ideas, my concern is India versus West can be rather read as India influences the West and vice versa. And my most important point of concern, or my research question here, would be: Western understanding of life is based on thoughts, ideas, and rationality. Let me repeat for your better understanding. Western understanding of life is based on thoughts, ideas, and rationality. On the other hand, Eastern understanding of life is based on immediate experience and intuitions. And reflection is the word which summarizes the whole Western understanding of life, whereas focus is the word which emphasizes Eastern understanding. Again, reflection summarizes the Western understanding, reflecting on something. And focus is the word which summarizes the Eastern understanding. So these two words would be my words of concern throughout this discussion: reflection and focus, experience and intuition, thoughts, ideas, and rationality. Who goes for what between West and East, Oriental and Occidental philosophies, isn't it? Now, having said that, I would go to discuss a few texts, or go to just give you some ideas on a few texts, because within 20 minutes, I don't think that I will be able to talk about all those texts. And I'm a voracious and a serious reader of mythology and folklore. So I have done serious research on the texts that I would be mentioning now. So just take down the names of the texts and back home, try to read those texts and come back to me with your questions about those texts and the mythopoeia thereof. Inclusivity and gender equality and the holistic acceptance of mythology are the points that I emphasize on. 30 female rishis were there in the writing of Rig Veda. That is what the research says, that the Rig Veda was written by a group of scholars, out of which 30 were female scholars, rishis, female rishis. And the American transcendentalist, essayist and poet Ralph Waldo Emerson from 1803 to 1888, his poem Brahma, it originated from Indian philosophical thought. So when you talk about Oriental and Occidental mythological belief systems, you look at these kinds of poems. Look at Emerson's poem Brahma. I teach that poem, and I would suggest go through that poem. There are very, very beautiful lines where Indian philosophical thought and traditional knowledge systems have been emphasized by the Western poet Emerson. And then H. Wilson's Vishnu Purana, it's a book where he writes that what living creature says or is claimed, what living creature preserves or is preserved, each is his own destroyer or preserver as he follows good or evil. So here I am reminded about the Kalki avatar in Indian mythology. In Indian mythology, we talk about something called Kalki avatar, when Lord Vishnu, or the incarnate, he would come in the form of Kalki, and when the sin, the negativities of the world would cross a limit, then in order to destroy, for the sake of destruction and regeneration and recreation of another world, the Kalki avatar will come and destroy. Here I am reminded about W.B. Yeats' poem, The Second Coming, where again there is a sphinx-like of a person, a personality who comes with the body of a lion and head of a man, and then he destroys the entire negativities of the world. So these things in Vishnu Purana, when H. Wilson quotes such kinds of sentences, he talks about the Vishnu Purana. And 3 Indians influenced W.B. Yeats. So today my research is thoroughly about a few writers like Brahma by Emerson, and Vishnu Purana by H. Wilson, and then W.B. Yeats, and also T.S. Eliot, the 4th writer I will be talking about. 3 Indian writers, 3 Indian thinkers had influenced W.B. Yeats. In Dublin, in the Upanishadic philosophy by the theosophist Mohini Mohan Chatterjee in 1885, there was a collaboration between the 2 of them, where there was, you find major influence of this Indian thinker on W.B. Yeats. And the second Indian in W.B. Yeats' life was Rabindranath Tagore. You will find a lot of influence of Tagore and his philosophy in the writings of W.B. Yeats. When he talks about the heart, the soul, and the philosophy behind the making of human beings, W.B. Yeats' poetry is massively, largely influenced by, Rabindranath Tagore. And the third Indian who influenced influenced W.B. Yeats was Swami Purohit. Swami Purohit, he referred to the esoteric realm of Hindu religious myth and symbolism with him. In the writings of W.B. Yeats, you find references of Swami Purohit off and on. In the poem, The Second Coming, W.B. Yeats writes, things fall apart. The center cannot hold. Revelation is at hand. What rough beast slouches towards Bethlehem to be born? So here, I do not reminded about the Kalki avatar. So even here, you find Indian philosophy, Indian mythology in the writings of the Westerners. Yeats transformed St. John's vision of coming of the Antichrist into a fearful image of an avatar of Lord Vishnu, Narasimha, the man lion, turning him into a doomsday beast who, at the end of the 2000-year gyre of Christian civilization, crawls towards the world to destroy all the negativities. I'm so influenced, and I'm so happy when I see, as an Indian scholar myself, as an Indian writer and a researcher myself, whenever I find the influence of Indian philosophy on the Western poetry and Western critical thinking, I feel so proud of being an Indian, a perfectly sensible Hindu avatar. Saving an age of men lions is metamorphosed with the touch of the Sphinx into a world destroying monster in W.B. Yeats' Christian imagination in 1934. And Yeats wrote a remarkable sonnet titled Meru. Also, you please go to that Meru. Meru is the mythical Hindu mountain Everest that stands for spiritual realization. So Indian Himalaya, we have a lot of mythological thinking and a lot of literature about our Himalaya, and even W.B. Yeats' sonnet Meru talks about our Himalaya. And then Sir Thomas North's The Moral Philosophy of Dhoni, popularly known as the Fables of Vidpai, and Pilpai in various European languages, and Vidyapati in Sanskrit. Vidpai, Vidyapati. Also, I would recommend, please go to that text. You will find a lot of information on that in our important texts. And the origin of the fables in Sanskrit, Panchatantra, which is, as one of its innumerable translators observed, the second most translated book after the Bible. So Panchatantra is the second most translated book. And Sanskrit literature is very rich in fables and stories. No other literature can compete with it in that respect. And it is extremely likely that fables, in particular animal fables, had their principal sources in India. I'm quoting Max Muller on the migration of the fables. So he glorifies. He has a very interesting and important sentence or quotations about Indian literary texts. The fables of Panchatantra are found in different world languages. It is also considered partly the origin of European secondary works, such as the folk tale motif found in Boccaccio's Decameron. Yesterday, I was reading Decameron by Boccaccio, and I found a lot of Indian folk elements in that. Currently, I'm editing a book to be published from an American publisher, Forgotten Folk Tales from India, where I'm giving references to Boccaccio's Decameron off and on, where Indian fables, parables, and Indian folkloristic is massively referred to, influenced, used. And Grimm's brothers, the folklorists, they have talked about this book, Boccaccio's Decameron and Indian folkloristic. And it's believed that popular worldwide animal tales, fables, and had origins in India from the Middle East, India as well as the Middle East. And Goethe, he was fascinated by Kalidas's Abhigyana Sakuntalam. This is another text I have been doing my research on. So Goethe's influence on the Abhigyana Sakuntalam from the Abhigyana Sakuntalam is something very, very interesting and important. And also Nietzsche, he have said, German Nietzsche, Friedrich Nietzsche, he has said, close the Bible and open the Manusmriti. So I leave it open to you to decide if you should actually do it, but I'm just quoting that from the text, The Death of God, close the Bible and open the Manusmriti. He says that it has an affirmation of life, and it has agreeable sensations regarding life to draw up a law book such as Manusmriti, which means to permit oneself to get the upper hand, to become perfection, to be ambitious of the highest art of living. And this is from Friedrich Nietzsche's book, The Will to Power, Volume 1. I just quoted one sentence from that. And God is dead, quote unquote, is the quote from the German philosopher Nietzsche again. He famously declares in 1882 work, The Gay Science, God remains dead and we have killed him. This is a satire. This is a very ironical statement that we have killed God. Actually, here he talks about rereading, reinterpreting the ideas of God and mythology thereof. He says that it's time that we reinterpret God. We understand our benign God. And the COVID situation in the world is teaching us exactly the same thing, that it's time that we forget some kind of old God, which is passé. Now we get into a new kind of God, a God who talks about flexibility, inclusivity, acceptance of all creeds and all religions and all mythologies. So this is where I think this seminar is very, very important, that Professor Batra had the conviction, had the keenness, had the research interest to create, to introduce this kind of a seminar where he talks about, where the researchers they get engagement with debates related to mythology and reinterpretation of mythology, rethinking, rereading of mythology. Because it's time that we actually reread and understand mythology once again, isn't it, Professor Batra? And again, transcendentalists like Emerson, Whitman, Ezra Pound, T.S. Eliot, Olson, and they have emphasized on the individual as cosmos. From chaos to cosmos, individual is cosmos, and referring to mudras and the Bhagavad Gita. So, scholars like Emerson, Whitman, Ezra Pound, T.S. Eliot, and Olson, they were great readers of the Bhagavad Gita. I would request the students to get into these references. All the English literature people have the habit of looking at literature from European perspective. Even if I teach post-colonial literatures of the world, I teach American literature, American poetry, but folklore and Indian mythology are my subjects of interest. They are close to my heart. So this is where I look at the Bhagavad Gita and the scholars, Western scholars, their influence and how they have been influenced by Indian and the Oriental belief systems and mythology. In Germany, it was believed that the Indian texts had the potential to bring about a dramatic renewal of the West, which they called Oriental Renaissance. We all know about the Renaissance, but there is something called Oriental Renaissance in Germany. I would request the students to read Oriental Renaissance and what does it mean. And in the book 101 Nights, Indian folklore is the background. The influence of the Panchatantra and Vetala Pachisi is particularly notable in this kind of a text. The Jataka tales are a collection of 547 Buddhist stories, which are for the most part moral stories with an ethical purpose. So Indian influence has been found in the works of Geoffrey Chaucer and Shakespeare also. The Pound of Flesh in Merchant of Venice is inspired from the Buddhist Sibi Jataka tales. I claim this. Maybe you can just have a look at it from the research related to the book. A Pound of Flesh by Shakespeare, that story in one of the Shakespearean tragedies, comedies, and the Merchant of Venice, it's inspired by the Buddhist Sibi Jataka tales. So just look at the influential factor from where it goes to where. And at the end of the introduction of the world as will and representation, I found that there are many texts which talk about Indian philosophy, like Mary Flair's Old Deccan Days and Hindu fairy legends current in Southern India, collected from oral traditions. Then J. Hinton Noyes Dictionary of Kashmiri Proverbs. Then Arul Stein's Hatim Tales are Indian stories. Robinson Edwards' Tales of and Poems of South India. Flora Annie's Tales Wide Awake Stories from Punjab. William C. Crook's Introduction to the Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India. Cecil Henry Bompas' book Folklore of the Santhal Parganas. Elizabeth Gilbert's Eat, Pray, and Love. That movie also is there on Netflix. Elizabeth Gilbert's Eat, Pray, and Love. And Foster's Passage to India. There are many, actually there are hundreds. If you give me time, probably I can talk about it for 24 hours, that there are so many Indian philosophical belief systems and thoughts which have influenced the Western thought. And it's going to be really, an inspirational factor for our scholars. And now coming to T.S. Eliot, I will conclude in 3 more minutes. Coming to T.S. Eliot from Harvard, Eliot studied Sanskrit and Indian philosophy. In his own words, 2 years spent in the study of Sanskrit under Charles Lamon, in a year in Patanjali metaphysics. So Patanjali metaphysics is studied by T.S. Eliot, and under the guidance of James Woods, left me in a state of enlightened mystification. I'm T.S. Eliot. It's a kind of dissociation which exists in Eliot's approach to Indian thought, an intellectual identification combined with an attachment. So in India, this is what we learn: attachment in a detached way. Indian parents, Indian children, in everything in India, we are taught to be attached in a detached manner. So T.S. Eliot claims that Patanjali metaphysics has taught him to be attached to life in a detached manner. And Eliot, like Matthew Arnold, he looks at high white star of truth in the Indian philosophic sky, Indian philosophic thought, which is mixed up with Indian religious thoughts. It is to him an intellectual creed rather than an emotional faith. He says that in respect to the Bhagavad Gita. In his own words, Bhagavad Gita was the next greatest philosophical poem to Dante's Divine Comedy. Within his experience, I just quoted him. The Indian philosophical poem deals with a deep spiritual and emotional crisis of man and helps him in addressing a spiritual wasteland dominated by evil. In the poem, one of his poems I was teaching in my classroom, in the poem, quote unquote, to the Indians who died in Africa. It's a poem. Please read the poem. To the Indians who died in Africa. It's written in 1943. Eliot seems to have been inspired by Lord Krishna, who gave Arjuna the command to pursue ordinary activities without attachment to the fruits of action. Here, the activity is war and necessity of killing one's own friends and relatives. Arjuna, before killing his relatives like Lord Bhishma, like Pitama Bhishma, he kind of fell into depression. He didn't want to go to the war. So this is where Lord Krishna asked him to get detached and perform his karma. So this is where, the poem to the Indians who died in Africa, T.S. Eliot talks about some kind of, I would say, Hindu thought. The poem was written for a special purpose and was published in Queen Mary's book for India during that period, during the World War. The book is addressed to the Indians and has a message of sympathy from Queen Mary for those mothers whose children had died and they had been fighting in the battlefield without their country during World War II. And it was an instance of Dharma Sankata. I'm quoting Dharma Sankata from T.S. Eliot, and which he means the dilemma in the pursuit of righteous action. That was dilemma in the soldiers. The Second World War had already taken its toll on the Indians, 1.5 million of whom were fighting on behalf of their imperial masters, the Britishers, without any gain. Indians had no gain in that. They were fighting for the Britishers in Africa. It was an act of duty performed at the behest of the British, probably with more reluctance than enthusiasm. And at that time, when increased national agitation for independence was in full swing in India, and national leaders like Gandhi and Nehru were torn between opposition to the Nazi Germany and fascist powers and non-cooperation with the England, this poem came into being. Unsure of his reward, here or hereafter, as Arjuna was, the humble Indian soldiers in Africa must have vacillated between loyalty to Britishers and reluctance to kill the innocent. The poem requests the soldiers to act without any attachment to the fruits of the action. The wisdom of mourning the dead and the goal of individual salvation with an emphasis on destiny are among the principal teachings of the Gita. And T.S. Eliot has abundantly drawn on them, on the ideas of the Gita for his poems. In the poem, Eliot has stressed the spiritual rather than the material, the eternal rather than the ephemeral, the means rather than the end, and duty rather than desire. And the narratives of the poem, they repeat lines like foreign men who fought in foreign places, foreign to each other. We don't know each other. You don't know me. I'm sitting in front of you. We are foreign to each other, but still there is some kind of attachment in a detached way, isn't it? The last two stanzas of the poem, Eliot points out that a man's destination is not his destiny. This is the line which is important. And where a man dies bravely, at one with his destiny, the soil that is his. So any soil that you die is your own soil. And Eliot talks about until the judgment after death, what is the fruit of action is your karma. He talks about karma. He talks about this is not your land. This is not our land. This is the planet Earth. And please get detached and get attached in a different way. The pictures of the many soldiers, one of whom had survived the battle successfully and lives to enjoy life on earth, and the other who embraces the soil while fighting and he meets his destiny, they are compared to Krishna and Arjuna in the Gita. And T.S. Eliot's emphasis on action with a common purpose, none the less fruitful if neither of you nor I know until the judgment after death what is the fruit of action. This line is purely Indian. This is purely line from Gita. It derives from Krishna's holy injunction to do one's duty without contemplating its rewards. You have the right only to your work. I repeat, you have the right only to your work and not to the fruits thereof. This is what he means by saying, karmanyavadikarastu ma phalesu kadachin, isn't it? So the theory, the ideas of the Gita, the Indian philosophy, have hugely influenced the Western thinkers, poets, Vishnu Purana, Gita, and all these mythical texts and the classical texts. And our belief systems have massively influenced the Western thinkers. Having said that, I don't think that I have the time to read out the poem Ahilya. But anyway, I will read out after the session, after the second speaker has spoken, if there is time. In the poem, my Ahilya, she talks about, Lord Rama has to come and touch her in order to redeem her from being a stone. So here she claims that please don't touch me to redeem me from any sin that I have never committed. She says that by being with Rishi Gautam, I mean Indra, who came in the disguise of my husband Gautam, and I spent time with him, I got close to him. This is not a mistake that I have committed. This is not a crime that I have committed because I didn't know it is Indra. So for what mistake I was doomed to become a stone, I don't understand. And now after ages, when Lord Ram has to come and
request you to please conclude because other speaker. That's all. Okay.
Absolutely. Yeah. So she requests Lord Ram to touch her as an elemental man touching an elemental woman, so that both the man and woman can complete each other. She talks about solidarity between the two genders rather than being touched by Lord Ram to redeem her of a sin that she never committed. This is the idea of the poem Ahilya. And this poem Sita, which is a complete book of 220 pages, and Sita has created ripples in academia. Here I'm talking about an independent, progressive, free-thinking Sita who has no complaints with destiny. She has no hatred towards anyone. My Sita is an eco-feminist, a great mother, a great teacher, a great healer, a progressive, independent, optimistic, positive Sita. So this is where Mythopoeia teaches us to reread, rethink mythology, to present mythology in a different form today as per the needs of the society. We need a more progressive, independent, and inclusive society, and our mythology should help to create that kind of a positive society. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nandini. Would Professor Anamika would like to add, because she was also the co-presenter? Or
Om Devedi first.
Okay, fine. So may I request Professor Om Devedi to kindly present your paper, read your paper?
Thank you, Dr. Srivastava, for your kind introduction. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I'm grateful to OP Jindal University and Professor Jagdish Batra sir for inviting me to this conference and giving me a platform to share my thoughts with all of you. Professor Batra keeps on fascinating me with his organizational skills. So the title of my talk, I'm not making any presentation, is an Endocentric approach to world literature. Let me sound a caveat here that this paper does not propose any idea that Indian literature is to be read as world literature. Rather, what I saw, the title might appear to be a bit ironical in that sense. But what I will try to do in this particular paper is first give you an idea of the world as a category, as a contingent category, that is to say, dwelling into its theoretical and historical lineages and formulations and the current juncture. And towards the last leg of my article, I will be taking recourse to the Endocentric approach that could be formulated, can be considered as one of the approaches to world literature. So writing in around 300 BC, the famous Tamil sage Thiruvalluvar defines the world thus, and I quote him: "The world is his who knows for what they are: taste, sight, touch, sound, and smell." Unquote. Only a few centuries later, that is in the 5th century, Bhartrhari makes a claim about world-making process. And he says that sarvam sabde bhasate, that is, we take cognizance of the world through words. For Bhartrhari, knowledge construction is done by Indriya, processed by the man, that is mind, and the buddhi, that is the intellect. This leads to a general idea that world making is a contingent category because everyone has his or her own version of the world or imagination of the world in that sense. Nonetheless, if one examines the world that is projected through the ovary of world literature, one could easily see a kind of selective gatekeeping that renders the balance sheet of world making exclusively West-oriented, resulting into the creation, circulation, even legitimization of a flat world. I will come to this idea of the flat world later, but let me first give a brief theoretical sketch of world literature. While the concept of world literature developed only during the 19th century, the actual roots could be traced to the cosmopolitan cultures of antiquity. Gotte's well-known formulation of world literature in 1827 could be seen as the creation and circulation of world literature as stemming from the rise of the modern nation state and the burgeoning international markets of trade and exchange. In fact, Goethe even spoke of world literature as an essentially future phenomenon, as he famously puts it, and I quote, "The epoch of world literature is at hand, and everyone must strive to hasten its approach," unquote. Nowadays, national literature doesn't mean much. The age of world literature is beginning, and everybody should contribute to hasten its advent. This was Goethe, of course, talking to Ackermann in 1827. And then we have Marx and Engels 20 years later in 1848, and I quote them: "National one-sidedness and narrow-mindedness become more and more impossible and from the many national and local literatures, a world literature arises, unquote. Well literature, that this is what Goethe and Marx have in mind. One could already see that Goethe had anticipated the arrival of the era of globalization. He had, of course, studied Persian in order to read the 14th century poet Hafiz, whom he evokes and rewrites in his Divan, which was published in the year 1890. He also drew on the 5th century Sanskrit dramatist Kalidas in his prologue in Heaven to Faust. Any historian of world literature is bound to face the conundrum that underlines it. Different critics have formulated world literature differently. For Franco Moretti, world literature is, I quote, the literary world making as the travel and diffusion of forms, genres, and textual patterns, unquote. For David Damrosch, he conceptualizes world literature, I quote him, as elliptical movement and reception of works in different regions of the globe, and a body of work that gains in translation, unquote. So for Damrosch, the idea of world literature could only be materialized through its ability to circulate. Then we have Pascal Casanova, who defines world literature, I quote, as a site of global competitiveness over literary value, unquote. So the literary value is put aside, and what matters most is the ability of the networking and the global market to circulate and generate literature. Then we move on to the next critic, Venkat Mani, who frames world literature, and I quote him, as bibliomigrancy and a global pact with books, unquote. And then we arrive to Feng Chia, who sees it, that is the world literature, as a phenomenological and normative apprehension of singularity of literary textuality that resists the techno-materialist coordinates of globalization. So what Chia is trying to suggest is that literary world-making ability must have a normative take on world literature, and his normative take generally accounts for the following. One is the idealism, second is the Marxist materialism, leading on to phenomenology, and then ending with the performance of deconstruction. We move on next to the next latest arrival in the theoretical scenario of world literature, and we come to Devjani Ganguly, who formulates world literature as an aesthetic and formalist response to globalization discourse, catastrophic global events, and digital hyperconnectivity. So we can see that the institutionalization of world literature begins simultaneously with the rise of America as a super economy. For example, the first conference on world literature was organized at the University of Wisconsin in Madison in 1959, and that was singularly focused on the teaching of world literature. From this vantage point, David Damrosch sees the 60s and 70s in the US academia as the rise of multi-culti American exceptionalism. And I quote him, the unexamined belief that a nation of immigrants can celebrate some Disneyfied diversity without doing the hard work of learning anything substantial about other cultures. In her latest book on world literature, Bhavya Tiwari objects to the use of world literature as a coalescing category. I quote her, a sum total of all the literary traditions available, unquote. However, this kind of an approach renders world literature an almost impossible structure. It also makes, to quote Bhavya Tiwari again, world literature as a body of literary texts that could be qualified with adjectives such as masterworks, non-canonical, or canonical, unquote. In a multilingual country like India, this approach would almost always privilege one language or movement over the other, without comprehensively evaluating individual literary traditions. But if world literature is taken as a methodology, it provides an opportunity to study the ontology and epistemology of literature, its very existential being, and its perpetual becoming in a specific world that is subjected to capitalist formulations. Such a world literature becomes a study of world making that is almost never oblivious to the social, economic, and political contexts that bleeds into the idea of what Rabindranath Tagore terms as Vishwa. I now move on towards the last part of my lecture, this article, that is Endocentric Approach to World Literature. I begin this part with a question that, did the notion of world literature exist before the 19th century, as we famously know it? Or to put it this differently, was there a category of world literature until the West institutionalized, promoted it? In his essay on comparatism in the colony, Vadik Bhattacharya makes a case that it was only in the 18th and early 19th centuries that non-Western works began to circulate far beyond their home origin as a result of European exploration and colonization. If we were to believe Bhattacharya's claim on world literature, then one is led to believe that neither Kalidas nor Hafiz, for that matter, were writing world literature. Not questioning the merit of any critic here, but there is a common tendency among post-colonialist scholars to think and talk only about mainstream writers and their works when talking about world literature and its formulations. In his foundational book on world literature, that is What is World Literature by David Damrosch, he makes a similar case about the idea of world literature. Damrosch argues that, I quote, ideas of world literature spread far beyond Europe in the early decades of the 20th century. Origins concludes with two path-breaking statements on world literature from two very different locations. In his 1907 essay on Vishwa Sahitya or world literature, Tagore speaks of the universal values that world literature can embody, an argument that serves a strategic local purpose of its own, offering a counter to England's strategy of ruling its colonial positions in India by dividing and conquering, unquote. That is why Devjani Ganguly suggests that world literature needs to incorporate historical lineages as well. She stretches the limits of world literature and suggests that, I quote, world literature dwells in our time and in times past as a treasured heritage of artistic expression in oral, visual, and written forms. It is an indelible part of the story of evolution of human civilization, unquote. Likewise, the deepest interest of scholars from different corners of the world suggests that yes, we did have a kind of literature which advanced and spread the practice of world-making exercises. For example, what Professor Sahu was pointing in her presentation, the Panchtantra fables collected in around 200 BC was a source of great inspiration for the Persian ruler Barzoi, who had sent one of his courtiers Pahlavi to India in the 6th century BC to study and to work on the translated version of Panchtantra to quench his thirst for wisdom. In the same vein, Charles Wilkins was fascinated with the spirituality rendered by the Bhagavad Gita and went on to translate it in 1785. Only 4 years later, in 1789, William Jones, inspired by and attracted towards the aesthetics of beauty, translated Kalidas's Abhijan Sakuntalam. No wonder then that Max Muller advanced a case of learning from India as far back as in 1892. He makes an emphatic claim that, I quote, I believe it will be found out that 4th, 5th, and 6th centuries were the age of literary renaissance in India, a case that Professor Sahu was also making, that Kalidas and Bharvi were famous at that time. We know from the evidence of inscriptions, unquote. Muller furthers the cause of Indian literature and sees it as the center of true creativity and thinking. However, ever since the onslaught of Western colonization of India, the creativity and thinking has been replaced by Eurocentric models of knowledge, far removed from Indian reality, deprived as it is of any normativity, to put it in the terms of Fan Chia. World literature, as we read it and see it, has primarily become synonymous with the notion of circulation. In such a distorted and restricted circulation of literature, driven as it is by structures of power and racial prejudices, it is understandable that Indian creativity and thinking has been translated into exoticness, an idea which was advanced by Graham Huggan and Lisa Lau in their books, available to be served to armchair readers, enhancing, confirming, and strengthening their prejudices of Indian life and culture. It is in this context that Tabish Khair contends, and I quote him, all cultures have their prejudices, but the hegemony of Europe in the past few centuries turned many European perspectives, prejudiced or not, into the main and at times the only definitive truth about complex non-European places, ideas, histories, customs, or peoples, unquote. Such prejudices are only proliferated when the marketing forces take over the task of recognizing and circulating literature. Let me illustrate this with a reference from Harish Trivedi's essay on translation and world literature and Indian context. Trivedi takes up the example of Longman Anthology of World Literature in 6 volumes, amounting to approximately 6,508 pages. and meticulously examines the space Indian literature occupies within it. I quote him, in volume A, which the chronology of which spans around 3500 BC to 500 CE, out of a total pages of 1390, Indian literature fills 240 pages, which is next only to Greek, which is approximately 600 pages. In volume B, which spans from 200 to 1492 century, however, as if to atone for the generous recognition accorded to it in volume A, Indian literature is not granted even a single page out of 1354 pages. If one does not count a Chinese monk briefly describing travels to India by earlier monks from that country, unquote. Evidently, Trivedi is appalled at the erroneous formulation of world literature in this anthology. He makes a valid point, highlighting his agony that, I quote him, we have in India a continuous history of literary production, extending over more than 3,000 years. We have at least 16 major modern languages which are about 1,000 years old, unquote. The democratization of the Western knowledge system has systematically blurred, even erased much of the importance of not just Indian literature, but the same stands true for other non-Western literatures. And this is discernible when one examines the present structure of world literature. That is why Rabindranath Tagore was opposed to literature being confined to regions and nations. Tagore's speech on Vishwa Sahitya, which he delivered at the Jati Shiksha Parishad, the National Council of Education, and first published in 1907, and I will just quote a few lines from that talk. All I have wanted to say is that just as the world is not merely the sum of your plough field plus my plough field plus his plough field, because to know the world that way is only to know it with a yokel-like parochialism. Similarly, world literature is not merely the sum of your writings plus my writing plus his writings. We generally see literature in this limited provincial manner. To free oneself of that regional narrowness and resolve to see the universal being in one literature, to apprehend such totality in every writer's work, and to see its interconnectedness with every man's attempt at self-expression, that is the objective we need to pledge ourselves to, unquote. Tagore's views of world literature don't seem to make much appeal to Western literature, with Western scholars, though. For example, in 1952, Robert Moulton links great civilization with great texts, thus advancing and strengthening the cause of nationalism, which was strongly opposed by Tagore throughout his writing career. No wonder then that Moulton's civilizational exercises turns out to be a flawed one, a very restricted one, reeking of regionalism and a complete sense of racial prejudices. For example, he restricts his world-making exercises to writers such as Homer, Euripides, Virgil, and Spencer. In contrast to this, if we look at the great Kannada poet Kuempu, who was writing in the 19th century, and examine his text, Sri Ramayana Darshanam, the vision of the Ramayana, we will find a great reverence to a litany of great writers from all over the world. And I quote a few lines from his poem. To Homer, to Virgil, to Dante and Milton, to Naranappa, to Pampa, to Sage Vyasa, to elders like Bhasa, Bhavabhuti, and Kalidasa, to Narahari, Tulsidasa, and Krittivasa, to Narayanava, Firdausi, Kamman, and Aurobindo, to the old, to the new, to elders and to young, without considering the differences in time, space, speech, and caste. To all the art masters of the world, seeing divine greatness wherever the light is, I bow down with folded hands, unquote. Kuempu can be seen much ahead of his time, more inclusive and willing to give acknowledgement his acknowledgement of his intellectual debts to all writers and literatures, irrespective of any racial divisions or prejudices. His world-making exercises apparently is universal, not belonging to any particular writer, which he convincingly demonstrates in the passage above. One can juxtapose Kuempu's world with the world advanced by Robert Moulton to register the flatness of the world. One can find the same line of thought in one of the greatest English poets, Matthew Arnold. Is speaking about his poem Empedocles on Etna, that is underlined with the Oriental wisdom, to use Arnold's term. He wrote to his friend Arthur Clough on March 1, 1848, and I will quote a few lines from the letter. I am disappointed the Oriental wisdom God grant it were mine, pleased you not, unquote. The two had been no doubt acquainting themselves with Oriental wisdom sometimes before this date. On March 4, 1848, he wrote again to Clough, and I quote, "The Indians distinguish between meditation and absorption and knowledge, and between abandoning practice and abandoning the fruits of actions in all respects thereto," unquote. So now I come towards the conclusion of this essay. World literature, as we have seen, it has been conveniently assumed to be a literature that is a product of a circulatory model. The result thus is that currently we have an iteration of world literature that is driven and guarded by an uneven politics of globalization, what Lisa Lau and I have termed as cultural gatekeepers of the Anglophone literature. Thus, for instance, while arguing for analyzing the world in world literature, Feng Chia suggests reading the world making of mostly post-colonial novels that in the original are in English. Similarly, Badik Bhattacharya, while discussing world literature, ends up arguing that Anglophone post-colonial literature is world literature. Now, these two formulations are very misleading and distorted ones. In opposite to it, we have Avdesh Singh's version, who critiques such a divisive methodology and applauds the role of recent Indian scholarship, which has started challenging such modes of knowledge circulation in the name of world literature. He argues that, and I quote him, "Keeping in view the endeavors in East and West to analyze and ultimately intervene in the hegemony of Western epistemology on a global scale, recently Indian intellectuals have increasingly challenged the colonial paradigm. And this paradigm, theoretical agendas, frameworks, and methodology are the prerogative of societies and institutions of the economically privileged regions of the West, with the realization that dominance and oppression have increasingly become the functions of the categories of knowledge," unquote. World making in a text, I argue, is an existential actuality, a process of creating, making, and continuously remaking different worlds that is in conversation with the vagaries of human nature and the worldly conditions. The importance of contextualizing a text in its immediate world culture, where the focus is not on some abstract theoretical concept of world literature, but a real dialogue with the universe, an interaction with the universe, a kind of an engagement, not a transaction that we usually find in the globalized circulation of literary texts these days. I will conclude with a passage from the Rig Veda, "Saman mastu vo mana yatha vasusahita." Let the strength to live with mutual cooperation be firm in all. So that is my part of the talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Devedi. May I just invite Professor Nandini to give her some comments and observations?
How about
and also
Anamika, is she coming? Anamika, is she coming? Dr. Anamika, is she coming?
I don't. I think Professor Nandini already read the paper. She wants. She can intervene.
Okay, fine. That's right.
Yeah, okay. I didn't read any paper actually. We had a discussion, only me and Anamika, and we collaborated in this research, and the full paper will be sent to you later on. And now, if there is any question for me, then both me and Anamika can address. Dr. Anamika is there in the meeting now. She could join. So maybe any questions we can answer.
And questions to Professor Devedi are also being taken up.
Please check the chat box. There are questions.
Sir, there are no questions. There are some comments which are visible to everyone, but if you want, I can read them.
Dr. Devedi can read it and respond maybe.
So there are no questions. There is one question. So there is a question from Rashmi Bajaj. She says, enriching thought-provoking session with Professor Sahu and Professor Devedi, highly appreciable. She has one query. Why does Indian English scholarship and even Hindi scholarship of last few decades shy away from taking up study of ancient Indian classics, spiritual, cultural heritage in original and in contemporary contexts?
There's another also by Violetta.
You want me to respond?
Sure, sir.
it all ultimately, there was a very famous interview that appeared in 2011, and that interview was between David Damrosch and Gayatri Spivak, where Spivak was pitching in the importance of translating and widening the ambit of world literature, while simultaneously making a claim that comparative literature is dead, and we need to move beyond and search for new methodologies. And that was in opposition to the claim which was led by David Damrosch. He was projecting that he was trying to diffuse that argument, where there was a kind of a generalized view that much of world literature, that what we get to read and in our curriculum and also in academia, is highly inclined towards American literature, and that is generally the truth. So what Spivak says Spivak refutes David Damrosch's claim that world literature is not American literature, because if we look at the number of publishers that are available, they are mostly US based. If you look at the kind of circulation that is being done, that also comes from the US based. And here, it is not just the question of why Hindi literature, or for that matter, Sanskrit literature, is not given the place. The idea is very simple. And herein comes the Marxist approach. It becomes very handful. When Marxist materialism is a very rich materialism, it gives you the idea, it gives you the kind of a realization to examine the superstructure. And these superstructures have come into existence. It has a long history, it has a long interaction. And then it has come into a kind of an existence. So if you look at the kind of a world that we are surrounded with, that we live in, it is a kind of a superstructure that we are surrounded with. And that kind of a superstructure, Hindi, or for that matter, Sanskrit literature, it appears primarily as a base, right? If you try to, you can make an analogy to labors in that category. Because Hindi literature, or for that matter, even India literature written by Indian writers within India, they appear as footnotes. And that is what Venkat Balmani, he points out. He uses the word bibliomigrancy. And bibliomigrancy is nothing else but the kind of relationship that a nation has with the global circulatory system. So if your country, if India has a good relationship with the kind of publishing outcomes, or with the kind of works that are being promoted, then your work will be promoted, and it is very deeply political. So what I said, it is a kind of a superstructure. And then I will give you another reason for that. Much of the Indian literature, Hindi literature or Sanskrit literature, they are written off simply on the basis of one assumption, that is, they are very old. Now, that is a very unwarranted acceptance, a kind of a rejection without examining anything carefully, So Tulsidas in Ramcharitmanas, he mentions this history. I will quote one line. He says that Sangra Tyagu na binu pehchane, that neither acquisition nor rejection be done without due recognition of any kind of a literary value. And the same thing was said by Kalidasa in his Malvika Agnimitra. In Act 1, Scene 1, Slope 2. He states that all that is old does not make it good, because simply because it is old. And likewise, everything what is new does not make it bad either. Now the problem is, Indian literature, for that matter, Hindi literature, or for that matter, Sanskrit literature, needs a more open kind of a circulation, which is not possible given the kind of marketing forces that we are surrounded with. So if you want to promote your work, you will have to critique India. That is a kind of a generalized view, and that is what is very easily discernible if you look at the kind of outcome that has come out, and which has been given recognition in the form of the Booker Awards, right? You critique a kind of a sensibility, a kind of a tradition, a kind of a culture, and you get recognition because it appeals to the armchair readers. So it's a very broad topic. So Suryakant Nirala, Suryakant Tripathi, a very famous Hindi poet, he said in the 20th century that Brahm mein jo liya, gyan mein bolo tum gin gin, or Brahm mein jo diya, gyan mein do tum gin gin. right? Whatever you took in ignorance, you take in knowledge very carefully. And whatever you take in, whatever you gave in ignorance, you take them in knowledge very carefully. No, but this is not the kind of openness that the West will show towards our kind of a literature. So we have to command and we have to marshal and we have to fight our own case. And these are the kind of platforms provided by Professor Batra and OP Jindal University, through which we can propagate and circulate and enhance our ideas and pitch in for the importance of Indian literature. Indian literature is not just Indian literature in English, but Indian literature is a very broad category. It's very old, highly, I mean, you go as far back. Indian literature was, much of the Indian literature could be found in the oral tradition, right? Which if you see the Western idea of literature will not be considered as literature, because for West, literature counts as something which is written. But we were not, we do not have that kind of an idea of literature. Ours is a tradition that was primarily based and grounded in oral tradition. So I think I will stop it here and let Professor Sahu respond to this.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Rashmi, you have a very, very pertinent and an important question. In fact, I have rather a practical answer to your question. Being a professor of English in Indian universities for 2 decades now, my practical experience says that whenever we design and develop or propose an academic program on Western literatures like British literature or American or even for Australian and Canadian literature also, if we propose, then our departments will easily pass those programs. You know, it's easy to teach those subjects in India, but it has really been a big challenge to teach folk literature, oral literatures, and mythology in Indian universities. Slowly, we are going towards a better time where Indian universities are introducing folklore and mythology. Here, I will give you an example. I joined my university, IGNO, the world's largest university, in 2006. And when I proposed an academic program on folk literature in 2007, there was massive opposition from many scholars all over the country. Everyone in the experts committee meeting was telling me that it is folk literature, it is oral literature. Once it is documented, the folkloristic is gone, it's over. So we have always romanticized our folk and classical and mythical studies. We have put them at a distance in a museum and we have romanticized them. Very few among us, like you and me, or very few, or Dr. Batra, or some of us, only take interest in bringing those marginal studies to the mainstream. So slowly I managed to design and develop a PG diploma in folklore studies and then a complete MA in folk literature and culture studies from my university. And also I introduced Indian folk literature as a part of our MA English, which was again a very big challenge. So the challenges that we face as teachers of English literature, I'm only sharing my experiences with you, that we have to go through those. This kind of fire tests will be there in Indian academia even today, maybe because of the colonial mindset or whatever. I really don't want to comment on that, but it has always been a big challenge. People shy away from Indian literatures, folk literatures, and classical literature. So it's our responsibility to bring those to the table, which we are doing through these kind of very important seminars and academic programs. But your question is very, very important. Yeah.
Professor Ravi Bhushan has raised his hand.
Yeah, thank you. Indeed, it was a great pleasure listening to these two scholars, Professor Devedi and Professor Sahu. Okay, yeah. In fact, as far as my little reading of mythology and Indian culture goes, I think knowledge creation in Indian scheme of things has always been pluralistic and dialogical. It has never been unilateral or you can say non-dialogic. So in that sense, using binary for understanding mythology, like Western mythology and Indian mythology per se, like as Professor Sahu said, that Western mythology is based on rationality and Eastern mythology is based on basically focus, right? So that's one point. Trying to understand mythology through the binary, as we do with almost all other concepts. Number two, as Professor Sahu said, that there is a need to reread mythology, revisit mythology, because there is an existential anxiety in the modern generation, right? And in order to answer this existential anxiety of modern generation, there is a need to reread, rewrite, or revisit mythology. Now, is it now because now I'm saying it with all responsibility, because there is an attempt to reread mythology with political, religious, and commercial angle to it. So having these three angles to mythology and then recreating it to answer so-called existential anxiety. So do you find a sense of some kind of problem or worry when you include political, religious, and commercial angle to rewriting mythology?
Oh yes, oh absolutely.
And last
absolutely,
small
yeah.
point, ma'am, last small point, difference between folklore and mythology. Thank you so much.
Okay. Okay. Very interesting. I'm so glad that you have been listening to me so carefully, and you have taken down all the points that I wanted the audiences to be taking. So
I liked your lecture, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm glad that we have quality audience here, and the scholars like you only make the teachers like us be happy about our research. Yeah, thank you. Please get in touch with me and collaborate with me. That is one thing.
Sure, thank you.
Next, next, when you said that the political, religious, or any other such angles to the study of mythology, does it trouble you? Yes, it does. I'm really troubled to look at the political or the social or so many other angles which are not really very much welcome getting into Indian academia vis-a-vis mythology. When we talk, as a teacher of literature, when I talk about mythology or folklore in my classroom, I keep it purely academic. I try to get all the oral literatures, the positive points thereof, the comparative studies of Indian folkloristics with Western or any other country's folk element folklore. And then I try to make those a very, very academic and scientific study in my classroom. For example, the other day I was taking a class, a subject on class on the subject folklore as protest. I talked about protest literature. I gave examples from Latmar Festival of India. And also in Russia, there is a folk festival during the International Women's Day when women and men, I mean, all women, they dress up as husband and wife. Yeah. So two women will dress up as husband and wife, and the husband would be ill-treating the wife. And this is a silent protest. It's a dramatic presentation. And in the audience, the husband should be sitting, and probably they would realize that when this woman dressed up as husband is ill-treating this woman dressed up as wife, how he makes her feel. So this kind of protest literature, subdued, using a lot of oral elements, lot of humor, and a lot of ethics and morality distilled like oxygen in water. So that kind of protest literature vis-a-vis folklore and oral studies in Russia in the International Women's Day, and then coming to the Latmar festival in India, in so many regions, including Rajasthan, making comparative studies of those interesting stuffs, and then taking out the oral literatures thereof, and then documenting those. And documentation of our oral literature is also very, very important. We have to give proper copyright to those from whom we are taking those. But unfortunately, most Indian so-called pseudo-folklorists, what they do is they take out folk elements from different regions, different folk groups, and without any copyright, they pretend to be making it their own research, which is not acceptable. So folklore research is very, very sensitive. So this is where the importance of scholars like you and me would come, where we have to give documentation, copyright to those oral literatures, and then bring them to the mainstream, to the table. Bringing folklore to the table has been my aim of life in a way. I introduced MA folklore of 64 credits. I introduced PG diploma in folklore, and then folk literature in English studies. In English department, I introduced folk literature, going through 2 to 3 Agni Pariksha, 2 to 3 fire tests. So I have experienced that single-handedly all by myself. I did that. And then also introduced folk literature as a part of UGC NET examination, because employability is the key. Students will get into folk literature like Dr. Rasmi Bajaj. This is an answer to you also, that people would get into studies of myth and folklore only when they are employable. Doing British literature, American literature, and those European studies or Western studies can get them big fellowships, Fulbright, Commonwealth, so many fellowships, and there are many. But getting into folk literature or Indian literature or mythical literature, is it going to be employable for them? This is a big question. So this is where the policy planners should come up in a big way. And I'm so glad to say that we have introduced UGC NET examination on folk literature, and hundreds and thousands of students are qualifying those, and universities are signing MOUs with different institutions where the students who do MA folklore and then qualify UGC NET folklore are employed. And folklore is coming up in a big way as a subject of employment. I tell you, after 5 years, or say after 2-3 years, you will see that folklore and Indian classical literatures will be the big thing, the in thing. So maybe this is where I'm very, very optimistic. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for your. Professor Devedi has to go because he's a meeting. So, any more questions, Professor Devedi?
Yeah.
Time to wind up now, I think.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, wind up.
Yes, sir. Okay. So it was definitely a very enriching session, and I think we need to also devise courses where this Indian knowledge systems, wherever they are, in the Western thought and literature, there we need to devise courses. If not an entire folklore thing, but maybe some elective should be floated on this in different institutions, and it was definitely very inspiring for us. Professor Batra, anything you would like to say? And so we can conclude the session.
It was memorable session, really. Wonderful, very brilliant expositions of very complex topics by both Professor Sahu and Professor Devedi. Hats off to both of them. It was a really, really rewarding experience. Please close the session now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Professor Devedi.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So maybe I will make a small announcement. Anyone who wants to collaborate with me in folklore research, please get in touch with me. My email ID is kavinandini@gmail.com. Yeah.
Great. Sure, ma'am. Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay. Sir, we have a break now. So
And she says that maybe
Okay.
it takes a little time. So no.
Culture and literature. We have with us the chair of the session, Dr. Anand Prakash, and the panelists. For the panelists, we have Professor Jaybir Huda and Dr. Suman Bala, and Dr. Jayashree Singh might join us soon. Before we begin with the papers, I would like to say a few words about the chair and our panelists. Dr. Anand Prakash taught English literature in Hansraj College, Delhi University. His publications include Wuthering Heights and Interpretation, Marxist Literary Theory, and Unopcharik, a bilingual miscellany. The last one contains his creative writing in English and Hindi, poems, short stories, drama, scripts, short essays, etc. His collection of English poems came out last year under the title A World Above Telling. Books edited by him include 19th Century Thought, Interventions, and Modern Indian Thought, all these by Worldview Delhi, among others. He translated George Lukács' The Theory of the Novel into Hindi under the title Upanyas Ka Siddhant. Other volumes edited by him include Subalterns in Shakespeare, a post-colonial review, and Women in Shakespeare, a post-feminist review, a jointly edited and translated volume of Premchand's essays, Premchand, Selected Essays on Literature and Language. He has presented papers, given keynote addresses, and presided sessions in national and international conferences. Our panelists include Professor Jaybir Huda, who did his master's and MPhil from KUK and PhD from MDU. He's a professor at Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak. He has guided several scholars for MPhil and PhD. He has delivered talks in national and international academic events. Our next panelist is Dr. Suman Bala. She's Secretary ISCS, taught at SPS College, University of Delhi for more than 4 decades. She has 2 doctoral degrees in English and comparative literature. She has done her postdoctoral research at Ohio University, USA, University of Edinburgh, Scotland, and University of Western Australia, Perth. She has participated in several conferences and presented scholarly papers in England, Canada, USA, Australia, Israel, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Singapore, and Sri Lanka. She has published several papers in prestigious journals and 2 full-length books. She's co-editor of the Commonwealth Review and the Indo-American Review. In 2014, she was given Lifetime Achievement Award by All India Association for English Studies for her invaluable contribution to literary studies. Now I would like to invite Dr. Anand Prakash to chair the session and give his talk.
Hello, friends. Good afternoon. And I'm privileged to be in this company of scholars who will give me a feedback regarding the insights or observations that I share with them. And I'm sure to learn quite a few things from the interaction. I begin by thanking Professor Jagdish Batra. First of all, I express my gratitude to him and the organizers of this event at Jindal Global University for giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts with the august audience before me. I'm sure there will be others listening to us behind the curtain that is in front of us. We are indeed part of an academic community committed to humanist norms and an aesthetic intellectual ethos. These are the things that we have to keep in mind. We are men of culture, and we have a kind of ethos, and the standards and protocols of that ethos have to be observed regularly. We are indeed part of an academic community committed to humanist norms and aesthetic intellectual ethos. We believe in open debate, mutuality, and the urge to evolve an outlook of tolerance and inclusiveness in a world appearing problematic to uphold and sustain. And this is the nature of the world that we live in. And we have to contend with these pressures. And within the limits, within the parameters that we have, we are supposed to express our opinion. Every time I came to higher institution of learning called Jindal Global University, I was glad to spot friends who would differ with what I said and offer an alternative viewpoint with the requisite seriousness. This is what I enjoyed always doing. Equally well, they kept company on the ethos of exchanging perceptions and insights. It's a mutual kind of learning that we have in the seminars and conferences, and I'm definitely one of the beneficiaries. We are all persons of culture, as was said by Professor Batra in the beginning, and literature. I remember the last time when I came here to attend the conference that you organized, my topic was literature as social science. I hope those who attended it would remember. That meant at the time that aesthetics become important for us only when our basic requirements of stability and harmony have been met. You see, otherwise it's a luxury that we talk about culture, but culture becomes important. Aesthetic becomes important only when the basic requirements are met. And there was time then enough to willfully create and imagine. Writers, require that kind of effort, that kind of time, that kind of comfort, so that they can sit back, they can relax, they can read books, they can interact with people, and then as a response to the cultural scene in front of them, they also say something meaningful. That puts on us the task of grasping the nature and character of an environment. We cannot, for instance, overlook the increasing gap between groups, sections and classes, resulting in misery, injustice, and want. I always want to keep in mind this fact that we live in a problematic world where there is want, there is starvation, there is that kind of problem, and the writer cannot remain untouched by these things. The writer has to keep them in mind, and in fact, keeping them in mind, his articulation of the emotion also will be transformed. So we have that kind of participants in culture and production of harmony, and we are aware about the violence, cynicism, and unceasing pursuit of individual success permeating our existence. This is to be kept in mind. We have to be sensitive, and yet there are things that we pursue and that might hinder our effort to communicate creatively. Thus, I posed the question at that time when I made those observations. I posed the question to me and my fellow seekers of knowledge that the path to aesthetic goals is severely blocked by considerations of preserving ourselves economically and socially. Literature for me was a source of knowing the country's economic and social conditions in which lived the common masses struggling to survive physically. So this problematic one cannot remain ignorant about. Needless to say that our aesthetic field is vitally conditioned by the pain and anguish our oppressed sections such as women, minorities, and the tribal groups pass through. It's a big society, it's a society of variations, and that puts a kind of stamp on us and also defines our parameters. Yes, literature still is a social science to me, and I envision the theme of integration through seeing my fellow beings as a part of common humanity. This seems to be my own ethos. I'm reminded of an observation by Stephen Hawking, the great physicist of our time, that watching the Earth from space would tell us convincingly about the truth of the Earth. We can't understand the truth living here on the planet, but you move out of the planet, you go into the space, and then you look back at the planet Earth. And then I quote him, one of the great revelations, says Stephen Hawking, has been the perspective the space has given humanity on ourselves. When we see the Earth from space, we see ourselves as a whole. We see the unity and not divisions. It is such a simple image with a compelling message: one planet, one human race. So you look at yourself, I look at myself from outside the earth, from the space, and then I realize that this is one planet and this is one human race. There are no divisions and there are no disruptions in that kind of a thing. And then, we learn this kind of unity between one and the other person on the planet as something that really is inspiring. First, the question of center of cultural existence. I take up this question at some length, and I start with talking about the center. That determines the writing of an epoch. The center that I'm talking about. In a broad sense, a most distinguishable center of literary artistic engagement has been the European Renaissance. Right in the beginning, I heard the remark that it's a kind of literary imaginary, and our literary imaginary cannot be complete unless we are aware of the past, we are aware of our history, and we know that there was a time not very long back when we were a colony and we were slaves of the British. So Renaissance also is a part of our understanding, and we have to keep that in mind. One can associate Renaissance with waking up and becoming conscious about one's place in society as a human being. A big call involving courage and inquiry. Waking up became in Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries the crucial reference point. When you wake up, then you start moving around and thinking consciously. That turned literary expression toward the mundane, the commonplace and real. You see, mundane is mundane. We generally don't assign any importance to it, but just see, that is what the reality is. The reality are not the high principles of life. The reality are the common principles of life. Behind those categories stood the people lighting up the scene of ordinary living. About Shakespeare's kings and princes manning the plays, Samuel Johnson has famously remarked that in Shakespeare, the princes and kings are ordinary at the core. In their reflexes and psychological makeup, we have the people, who, and if that's what Johnson says, then we know that Hamlet is not a prince. Hamlet is us, and we can relate to him well as a common human being because he talks like that. And that came, the inspiration of that must have come from Renaissance. In Europe, following the Renaissance, it did not take literature long to enrich its depth and appeal by picking up acts of human behavior from the street. Think of Charles Dickens and Thomas Hardy in the context to see how the sweep of imaginative writing took into its fold the many potentialities of human behavior. Likewise, the English Romantic poets extended the reach of the said waking up, which is Renaissance, to inspire creativity in the 19th century that gave us our Derozio, Tagore, Nirala, and Pant. If Romantics had not been there, if we had not been in touch with the colonial power here, then we wouldn't have been in touch with these great people, and we would not have learned our lessons of the nationalist struggle. The center I talk of in this presentation had its own powerful versions in India's humanist radical projection of devotional poetry. I'm using this word again and again in my presentation, and by devotional poetry, I mean the bhakti poetry, the bhakti sahitya, the sahitya of the bhakti kal. It was devotional at one end only. At the other end of that poetry was present the tenacity and roughness of the countryside. These people, the bhakti poets, they had not gone to any school. They had not gone to any university. They had not learned anything from books. They only had in their hearts, in their minds, in their bodies, tenacity and roughness. Life's primeval energy flowing through it proved a binding thread for them and gave a character to the genius of the Indian subcontinent. So if you have to find out, if you have to be in touch with the mind and the soul of the Indian subcontinent, then you must read the devotional poets and see how they frame their argument, their references in their poetry. Yet Renaissance, as an awakening and a transformative trend in Europe, that is, has weakened with the passage of time. It's not as strong as it was, let's say, in the 15th and 16th centuries. It is quite weak today. History raised it up as symbolizing change direction. The sections sticking to birthright, privilege, and inherent social superiority were hit hard by Renaissance that brought common humanity in our midst as the sustaining factor of the world. That was in the 15th and 16th centuries when princes and others, they all always felt threatened by the new values propagated by the trend of Renaissance. At the same time, the Renaissance became eventually in another time segment like ours, a vehicle of expression for money power, social enterprise, individual promotion, and self-centered interest. They are all secular. They all belong to the common things. And capitalism today, imperialism today, constitutes not just money bags, but also the ordinary people who create the wealth for the benefit of the money bags. It flowered in Europe in the 15th and 16th centuries and greatly activated the process of change. The dialectic is it unfolded, worked to the advantage of a new social section. The old sections were gone, driven primarily by increased production and amassing of economic resources. Colonialism appeared a natural child of such a trend. Edward Said's insights regarding it comes to mind. That resulted into the integration into the bourgeois capitalist framework. In hindsight, we note that the forces of conservatism and regression worked out a way to introduce deviation into it. So you can't swear by Renaissance today. So today it is dead and gone, and it has been completely assimilated by the modern day capitalism and imperialism. That deviation in concrete form appeared with the name modernism in Europe. Now just see the kind of corruption that the language undergoes. Modernism in the 20th century is not the kind of modern outlook that Renaissance saw by. In its new avatar, modernism was a value-free term. It merely showed a mirror to the state of the modern man in the 20th century. And this modern man was helpless and devoid of initiative, and he was a modern man. The word modernity ceased to carry dynamism and strength of character it had brought into being earlier. Considering India, how do we pose the challenge of modernism affecting our life? We are a part of the newly globalized world that sets the pace for us. In a negative sense, internationalism for us is the determining factor, defining for us the aims and purposes to be pursued. Internationalism is fine. We are connected with the American, with the British, with the German, with the Spanish, all these people, but only under the guidance and inspiration of the money power. Therefore, I call internationalism of today's kind some kind of a negative thing. For us, the economic and political heartbeats emanate not from our country's hinterland, where peasantry is actively engaged in production for our upkeep. Our priorities are on a daily basis shaped and nurtured by the power centers across the seas. I'm no economist capable of interpreting the complex situation we are placed in, but have the feeling as a literary academic that our dreams and aspirations as well as creative skills look toward the wider world away from us for letting know what is in and what is not. See the lit fests coming up in increasing numbers from different corners of India to frame choices and needs of the thematic content, which by virtue of awards and rewards dictate to us what we shall read and not read, which is another way of saying what we shall think. For everything we trade in as readers, interpreters, and commentators, sponsorship is key. The festival, the word festival, has a close alliance with festivity. And in turn, festivity is sound-wise related with facility. There's no wonder then that critics and analysts are facilitators in the new parlance. Who calls the shots in the present day scenario? Choose your answer with all the effort needed, but it certainly would not be the writer. Weirdly, but perhaps also realistically, writing in our time is a paid job. Every year, with a sickening regularity, announcements of awards at international levels are awaited by the creatively inclined with bated breath. In a different sense, the author is dead. I have no interaction no intention here of shifting from modernism to postmodernism for the precise reason that the two come from the same ideological source, indeed bearing weight of their respective phase-related aspects. They are not different. They have the same center governing them. Earlier, I talked about the negative internationalism we have to contend with. Each country or nation in the present phase of history has a middle class. We are also part of the middle class, carrying on their shoulders the responsibility of seeing and knowing with effort what is to be done in the given situation. We are not the masters. We are not the slaves in that sense. We belong to the middle class, which is having a place in the middle of it. And then from there, we are also deciding, actually in the previous period, what is to be done in the given situation. Till the other day, they were not the arbiters, the middle class, even as they operated from the middle of the society for assessing conditions and giving hints to the powers that be about what was coming to threaten peace. I think we have to think of Matthew Arnold's essays about the middle class and the civil society, and he says that the middle class actually is the class of culture. But today that's not the case. The middle class operation earlier was confined to the national boundaries. There was English middle class, there was the Indian middle class, or if there was any. Perhaps in the 19th century, there was no middle class in India, but in Arnold's England, there was a middle class, and it was affecting, influencing opinion. Their operation of the middle class was confined to the national boundaries, and their paymasters were the close associates of national capital in the political sense. As of now, what is the role of the middle class now? As of now, the middle class is a formation of its own working. It has its own parameters. It works to the dictates of a mythical, though no less real, force ever alert about changes, fluctuations, and near or distant rumblings. Peace is no longer its concern, which was the case earlier. Matthew Arnold talks about harmony, talks about some kind of equidistance, talks about peace. But so far as the modern day middle class is concerned, its concern is not peace at all, because there is a big brother always looking at it from war. Peace is no longer the concern. Indeed, the mentioned mythical force has the avowed agenda of not allowing peace to remain even potentially. So there is a big danger of the middle class becoming the mouthpiece of that mythical figure which is controlling our fate and our destiny. Searching for a center mentioned at the beginning of this discussion is essential for doing our job in the preservation and promotion of culture. Let's keep that in mind in order to understand this. It is my firm belief that culture is productive in society that no other components of our collective living can match. It's a different kind of a culture. Culture is not imperative the way food, clothing, and shelter are, nor is it spontaneous as a phenomena, as the growth of a sense of neighborhood can be called. There was culture there. We always learned how to behave from our neighborhood, but that's not the case today. We have vague inklings of culture, though in the environs of school where education is conducted. There is a cultural center, but do we get culture there? But even in school, that is, there is a strong and conscious effort to kill culture, as discipline sees to it that no fellow feeling is allowed to prosper. Go to a school or talk to a person who has been produced by a school, and you'll find that the person is not at all cultured in the sense we understand the term. The whole thing is rule-bound from point of view of organizing education. Organizer is important in education, not education itself. On top of it, more and more of education, as we might consider true, is taken off the precincts of the institution in the name of pursuing professional courses. Culture is absent there, professional courses are in, and in those professional courses, you are taught, I am taught the skills, not the values. That leaves us mainly with the family, which might be a seat of culture. With the family, where bonds of the biological and emotional thread work for making the atmosphere organic and emotional. See that the emotional thread in the family is stretched to the utmost when put together with the plan to settle children in a competitive world. Culture goes for a toss, because the moment children are born in the family, that very moment, the parents start organizing, planning their career and settling them down in life. And culture in that case is not the key factor there. In that too, the diminutive remains of emotional content originating from the mother might be constantly threatened by the cocksure male parent. The male parent would not allow the female to create any sense of culture even in the home environments. How, if at all, would culture grow and prosper in such a surrounding? The answer could be sought in occasions. Now these are the points where culture can be seen as originating, where necessary rituals as related to birth, marriage, and death are observed. Particular attention is drawn here to art, singing, dancing, laughter, wailing, hugging, and crying. On those occasions, we do this. Either we jump, we dance, or we hug and cry. Even during quarrels or fights, a sort of solidarity emerges. That is more or less.
Sir, may I request you to kindly cut it a little short? We are running short of time.
Tell me, how much time do I get?
You got your 20 minutes are complete now. Please try to wind up, sir.
20 minutes. Okay. So what I do is I'll then just read the part where I'll straight away be making the points sharp. Is that fine? Shall I take 5 minutes? Should I take 5 minutes, Professor Batra?
Sir, huh?
Okay. Nearer home in India, we might work for critically assimilating the dynamic social process of the last 4 or 5 centuries. Let's talk about India now in the context of literature. Different than continuity, this period was marked by upheavals and clever handling of resources at the grassroots. The beginnings of a life of novelty and experimentation were seen in India around the 13th century, when interaction happened between the working masses of India and groups of artisans and technicians that came from Iran and wider Arabia. It was in the wake of invasions from the western side. One may not call it a clash of cultures in the exact sense, but an exchange of perspectives on polity, administration, social dealing, and belief systems. Extreme churning in thought was the result as diversity of outlooks, ways of living, harnessing of skills, production methods, and statecraft created an environment of curious learning. This was the medieval India that created culture and the atmosphere of literature. Common life, observing clear divisions in society, considered options of gain and benefit, not merely in material terms, but in philosophical and ideological terms too. It broadly ended in a state of progressive envisioning of intellectual and spiritual affairs. The best form of life-sustaining amalgam manifested in the devotional poetry of the period. And I'm now giving a brief view of the devotional period. The best form of life-sustaining amalgam manifested in the devotional poetry of the period. It thrived on criticism of orthodoxy, custom, and rituals, as well as idol worship. The idea of transcendence struck roots in the big way, and verse forms such as lyrics and couplets with a social message caught the general imagination. It could be called a fascinating enrichment of culture, drawing nourishment from debate, questioning, rejection, revolt, imaginative sweep, and flights of bodily longing. That is the medieval India so-called, but then it was a seat of culture in a different sense. Such a variety of insights, observations, and assertions was unprecedented in the realm of culture. The literary process that began in the 13th century continued unabated till the 17th century. Surprisingly, the trend inspired a host of poets and visionaries in the 19th century, when the trend began forging links with the nationalist urge in the early 20th century. There is not much clash or discordance between what was seen in the context of Renaissance in Western Europe and the Indian subcontinent. Early modernism and romanticism of England joined well with the spirit of India's nationalist struggle. This is the point that I'm specifically making, that the European Renaissance and the Indian Renaissance, or the literature and culture of the devotional period, they become important in the 19th century when they join together. Today, as India enjoys 75 years of independence, stands on its own and expects from its writers a framework of harmonious living and idealist thought. Such a perspective of collective living and action had its source in the long process starting in what I have suggested already as the Indian awakening in the 13th century. Then I conclude, as mentioned earlier, the Indian Renaissance, which takes place in the 13th century onwards, outlook and point of view found a rational humanistic supporter in secular materialist thought of Europe in the 19th century. Democracy as a principle of governance was new to India, bound as it was by the notion of birthright, and aristocracy meant to rule society from above, as the common masses were duty bound to serve the master class. In a concrete manner, the idea of freedom from dogma and prejudice reached the Indian shores through English Romanticism. It inspired men of imagination in India and provided to them the idea of sympathy for the poor and exploited. Imagine the intellectual fervor caused by an amalgam of social criticism residing in medieval India's devotional poetry and the English view of sympathy for the deprived. The union crystallized the nationalist upsurge at the turn of the century. Also consider the kind of literary view it forged at the time. Free exchange of views, humanism, pervading common experiences of the laboring masses, struggle to liberate society from curse of dogma and evil social practices, and assertion of Indianness as a potential factor of dignified living, it came up for expression and articulation in culture, politics, and social thought. Way back, these were the goals of visionaries such as Rabindranath Tagore, Munshi Premchand, and Subramanya Bharati in India's national movement. They dreamed, imagined, fantasized. For those writers and their associates, the mantra was to seek light in the middle of darkness and meaning in an environment of vacuous pursuits such as sectarianism, orthodoxy, and transcendence. The latter blocked the rational humanist approach and supported through such a stance the vested interests. The last paragraph, interestingly, from the 1950s onwards, we've been witness to emphasis on independent modern outlook, newness, and regional identity as a source of egalitarian viewpoint. These are strengthened by a positive disillusionment with what is on offer in our time. These constitute prominent strands in literary depiction in our midst. Also, they have been internalized in a meaningful way by the feminist literary voices. The aim of this presentation then is to share with the friends assembled here a realist viewpoint struggling to emerge through the contemporary writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Deepika ji, next.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for an engaging talk about Indian society, culture, and literature. So Professor Jayashree Singh has joined us. She's Associate Professor and HOD of English at Bhupal Nobles University, Udaipur. And the title of her paper is Critical Perspectives of the Emotions of an Angry Young Man in the Selected Films of Amitabh Bachchan. Dr. Jayashree, Professor Jayashree, you have 15 minutes. All the speakers have 15 minutes. I invite Professor Jayashree. Dr. Jayashree, can you hear me?
She was here. Yeah, she's here.
No, she's here, sir, but
okay.
Dr. Jayashree, can you
yes.
unmute yourself, please?
Yeah. Please show up, Dr. Jayashree.
Dr. Jayashree, we can't hear you.
The signal is weak on her side, probably. So can you go on to the next speaker then?
Yeah, sure, sir. In that case, we have Professor Jayabir Huda from Maharshi Dayanand University, Rohtak. The title of his paper is Power of the Discursive Discourse and Contemporary Indian Fiction in English. May I request Professor Jayabir Huda to give his talk?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Deepika. Thanks a lot. And also thank you very much for frightening us with your Excel sheet you displayed. I'm really thankful to Professor Jagdish Batra. And I also want to make it very clear at the outset that when he invited me to join this gathering, I told him very clearly that I am no scholar, one. Second, whatever I have read only pulp literature. I don't know whatever his reasons were to invite me in this August gathering. But then he said, okay, fine, if you have read only pulp literature, go ahead and say something about the pulp literature. So here I go. I gave this fancy title because that was the requirement of Professor Batra. He asked me to give a topic. I said, okay, fine, I give a topic, but I don't assure you that I'll speak on the same topic. So I was in a fix for quite some time about this topic myself. But anyway, then I thought that rather than speaking as a person who had been a teacher, researcher of literature for almost 3 decades, maybe more than that, but at the same time, I have also been a reader for almost 5 decades now. So I thought, since most speakers would speak as scholars, I would speak only as a reader. So that's how I'm here and share a couple of good accidents of my life. And that explains, that also is my way of looking at the power of the discursive discourse, how it shapes our literature. COVID-19 gave many opportunities to all of us. The first thing that I took up during COVID was watching South Indian movies dubbed in Hindi, Kannada, Telugu, and Tamil. Again, that was not a deliberate decision, but that was triggered by something that I was discussing with a friend of mine. So rather than going to read, I mean, of course, it was also not possible to borrow books from the library. It was all closed. Everything was closed. I thought, okay, fine. In order to understand something about Indian culture, one facet of Indian culture, let me go to. When I watched those 50 odd movies, I found that yes, these movies are a manifestation or a beautiful rendering of the discourse of masculinity and discourse of patriarchy. Most Indian movies, mainstream Indian movies, they celebrate mother figure. But here, in most these South Indian movies, was the relationship between father and the son, which was propagated like anything. So that also gave me an idea how father is idolized like a god, and how leaders are also idolized like gods, and how there is this kind of strong the followers and the leaders. So this was one thing, and that gives me some idea, or that gives us some idea how discourse controls everything, whether we call it the profit-making of the producers of the movies, whatever we may call it. We may like it or we may dislike it, we may condemn it, we may, whatever we may feel like doing it, we may do it as academicians, as great scholars. But the fact remains that millions of people watch them, and it's the millions of people who are also important. Not only the small minority that inhabits universities and other higher education institutions, and also the upper middle class or upper class, whatever we may call it, elite section of the society, at least elite in terms of being highly educated. They also matter. Second thing that came to me was watching, I mean, of course, it was not literature per se, but sister arts of literature. So the second thing that I did was I watched also Haryanvi movies. To my surprise, when I started searching the Haryanvi movies on internet, I found those Haryanvi movies were not made by Haryanvi people. They were made by people who belonged to Western Uttar Pradesh, but they sold their ware as Haryanvi movies. One of the important actors, producers, directors of those movies is also introduced as Amitabh Bachchan of Haryanvi films. So anyway, that gave me an idea how Small time people can also become successful. They have made dozens of movies. So of course, they must be able to recover their cost. But how they are selling only 2 stories, converting them into 12 movies. But anyway, we seldom bother about this section of of literature, sister arts. I remain sensitive to it because of a few accidents of my life. The few accidents of an early age. I don't know, for whatever reasons, I have not been able to forget those early, the experiences of those early times. I started reading novels not because before that, let me also say a few words about readers. For me, readers are of different kinds. One, serious readers like Professor Prakashi, who read serious literature for its aesthetic and moral quotient. And second are those people like me who read literature for pleasure only. And third are also like me, maybe I'm in the third category more, who read things just to fill their vacant time. They've got nothing else to do. I lived on a farm as a young child. My father opted to become a farmer, opting for the family business again, resigned his job in Chandigarh, and we landed on a farm in Tarai, where the nearest habitation was almost a kilometer away. So I, being the solitary child, had nothing else to do. But somehow when I was in 4th standard, I was able to lay my hands on a novel written by Nanda, Patthar Ke Hont. And that's how my journey started. Very soon I graduated to all kinds of printed material which was available in all those farmhouses surrounding our farm, maybe moving, traveling 1 kilometer in this side or 1 kilometer on that side, and reading all kinds of things. Incident again that happened when I joined an inter-college in 6th standard. I was reading Kissa Tota Maina, and I was caught by my teacher. I started reading in the half time, and the half time was over, and I was still continuing. So, and I remained oblivious to my teacher. He caught me reading Kissa Tota Maina, and certainly that was no age for reading Kissa Tota Maina. It's a dangerous. He asked me, "Why do you read? Do you like reading stories?" I said, "Yes." But the teacher was a great person, so he didn't scold me. But the next day he gave me a collection of the short stories of nature. So anyway, that is how literary studies also started, along with the pulp literature, with the popular literature. So whether this was my exposure to this discursive discourse, cultural discourse, in one or the other way, but do remain really sensitive to the cultural discourse that creates literature, that creates literature all times. And so is it creating now? Do we remain all the time sensitive to the forces of globalization, the forces of market, and all kinds of things? Are we really conscious of the fact that publishing industry is doing? In 1970s, 80s, particularly 80s, Rajkamal Prakashan came out with paperbacks of the classics. Does it happen today? No, it does not. And it provided great books of literature at affordable prices. In the same manner, in 1970s, Hind pocket books, they also did this job. They also, not only they sold pulp literature, but they also sold classics, and at that too at affordable price. So are we, when we read literature, when we appreciate literature, are we really conscious of this this side of the market? JGU Publications was another publishing house which made English novels also available to the people at affordable price. So are we really all the time conscious of these things, or are we really conscious of only those theoretical stances which earlier in the early stage frighten us and then compel us to take the same difficult perspectives with which we tend to analyze literature, deconstruction, colonial and post-colonial stance and gender discourse and all these things. Let us see about how gender discourse operates in our society. Whatever we may call about Shobha Day, we may call her names as many people have called her names, We may dislike her, we may like her. Some people are really angry when her novels are taken up for serious study in universities. So anyway, that is besides the point. What is important is 1970s, 80s, when I was an avid reader of pulp literature, the novels of Begum Kanpuri and V. Vanvi, novels written in Hindi, with the same erotic element, maybe less than the erotic element in Shobha Day. People dare not read those novels in public spaces. Even if somebody was compelled to read them, then they had to cover those novels with some kind of paper covering, newspaper covers. But nowadays, you can always read Shobha Day's novel in all kinds of places. Are we aware of this kind of thing that has undergone in our society, that has transformed our society when we start evaluating literature? Same way, when we look at certain other things, are we really conscious of the fact that today people, rather than reading these books, how many people read books? Earlier, if we visited people's homes, we could really come across a few magazines like Sarita, maybe Grey Shobha, or the Filmfare, or something else, or maybe an occasional novel lying here or there, or maybe a collection of short stories. But in how many homes do we come across such things? Of course, only a small number of homes, and that too only those people whose job it is. For example, it is my job to read books and to talk about them in my classroom. So that's why my home does have a large number of books. But what about other homes? Are we sensitive about those things? Of course, in those homes, we can come across various screens, LEDs. So what is being presented on those LEDs, that fills the life of the people. That is what people enjoy doing. So when we look at literature, when we look at contemporary Indian fiction, so do we look at contemporary Indian fiction from the same point of view, from different point of view? So when we look at the novels of Amish Tripathi or maybe Ashok Banker, do they exist only in a vacuum? Do we ever try to look at them from the point of view, whatever kind of content is presented, is being given to us on those LED screens all the time? Why do we read those novels only in isolation? And Amish Tripathi, or that's only symptom. I'm using these names only as symptoms of one kind or types. So the same thing was done by Acharya Chatur Sen in 1940s and 50s, but nobody really bothered about how he was never declared as a peddler of mythology, the way Ashok Banker and likes of him are declared as peddlers of mythology. So everything. So he also looked at the mythological figures from the same critical perspective that today's writers are looking at them. So, but then Chitrakshi Banerjee Devakaruni, we read her novels. Do we really need to put pressure on ourselves, reading only as the renting of the epical element from the gender discourse, or does it go beyond that? So we also need to be really conscious of all these things. Second thing that I would contribute here is, or I would like to point out, is we do not have much faith in our lived experiences. We usually forget the heterogeneous experience of life, and we remain cocooned in the homogeneous atmosphere, homogeneous cultural atmosphere that surrounds us. We seldom talk to people who belong to other sections. We rarely interact with people belonging to other sections of the society, and we rarely allow those interactions to inform our vision. When I said I lived on a farmhouse, again, that was the greatest opportunity of my life. I did not know that this is a great learning, but later on I came to know that this was a period of great learning. I was surrounded by very heterogeneous population, people who had migrated from Pakistan, people who had migrated from Haryana, people who had migrated from Punjab, people who had also migrated from the affluent districts of Uttar Pradesh, that is Meerut division, and people who had migrated to the Tarai region. So this, and of course, various varieties of local Muslim population, Pathans, and whatever the new term nowadays in circulation, Pasmanda Muslims. So this heterogeneous population, we and then the kind of interaction and the kind of things that it gave us, the kind of perspective it gave us, that we usually forget. So all of us have had an opportunity of having this kind of heterogeneous experience of life. We forget when we evaluate these literary works and look at them only as products of a kind of homogeneous discourse, of howsoever discursive, howsoever difficult, complex it might be, but we generally do not relate it to this kind of experience of life that is also available. For example, when I look at partition literature, when I look at the partition literature, whatever it might tell us, but it certainly does not tell us those things that also circulate in the society. I have not come across any person whose forefathers or whose parents or grandparents migrated from Pakistan who has confessed that he or she belonged to a poor family. Everybody, I have not come across even a single person. Everybody declares themselves to be belonging to rich families. They all say, oh, this is Mina. Oh my God, how is it possible that everybody had lots and lots of land? It is not possible. So we generally do not look at this phenomenon in terms of these selected memories or selective forgetting or only golden nostalgia of a forgotten past. People had problems of life there also before partition, and which continued after partition. So we usually do not look at our own stories, the stories that are around us, from this kind of perspective. So that certainly is something that remains important. All kinds of books are being presented, being written, teens literature, tweens literature, young adult literature. I don't know how many varieties, how many types, how many kinds of literature there are. But do we really look at our own small cities and towns and big villages from the point of view of looking at the book shops there? No, we don't. Our evaluation of literature is usually restricted to the experiences of metropolis or big cities, having big libraries, or maybe academia, universities and colleges also having big libraries. Where are the bookstores in towns and cities? Nowhere. Where are those bookstores of 1970s and 80s and which ultimately died in 90s? Those bookstores, uncountable number of bookstores across India, which rented out novels and magazines. Where are those? So what are we talking about? We are talking about only literature written for the minority, enjoyed by the minority, and evaluated for the minority. That's what we are doing. So somehow, when I chose this topic, I had in my mind that I must draw my attention towards the fact that somehow we, as teachers, as researchers, and as readers of literature, we certainly are also perpetuating this hegemony, the hegemony that globalization itself propagates. That is somehow the idea that we need to open ourselves more when we take up topics for serious close analysis of books, when we award projects, etc., to our students, and whatever we may call it. Some people do not like many departments of literature being renamed as departments of English and cultural studies, or departments of literature, etc., etc. I don't know what to say about it, but at least as a reader, as a consumer, I remain sensitive. I give due regards to the dance of Sonal Mansingh when I watch it, some old performance on TV. The same regard I give to the dance of Sapna Chaudhary. That's how I look at the performances. I give due regards to the novels of Charles Dickens, no doubt, and maybe other great writers, Jane Austen. Same kind of regards I give to the novels of Gulshananda and Rajhans and Rajvansh and all that. I give the same regard to the novels of Gurudutt that I give regards to Munshi Premchand. So they are manifestations of the same Indian culture. So we have got to look at Yeah, something like that we have got to look at. And thanks, it was flashed maybe a couple of minutes ago by the controller who controls the ceremonies. That also reminds me of another experience. Till a few years ago, we used to say who is the most powerful person in the family. We used to say the person who controls the remote control of the family is the most powerful person. Nowadays, this kind of idea has also become fallacious because not one remote control, there are several remote controls in each home. Everybody has got his or her own TV or LED or screen, or if not that, at least maybe a laptop screen or desktop screen. And if that is also not there, everybody has got smartphone and the private screen. When we talk about it, I always wonder at why do people who gave the name idiot box to the television? No, the television is the most intelligent box. It is the people who are sitting in front of it who are idiots. If at all somebody has got to be idiot. Of course, I also do not believe that even the audience or the spectators are idiots. Everybody is informed and everybody is intelligent, clever. Whatever they do, they feel like they enjoy it. Because it does have some implications, but then we cannot escape. We do not really bother about the fact that why there is this resurgence of mythological fiction. We forget whatever happened in 1980s to the political discourse of the country was shaped by a few happenings, and those few happenings are also shaping the discourse now. We can ramble on and on, so you can, rather than blaming me for eating up your time, better blame Professor Jagdish Batra, who invited me and who gave me the freedom to speak anything and everything, any damn thing, and particularly foolish and idiotic things. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Sir, I would have loved to hear you on and on, but only thing is, the others involved and next speaker is waiting. That's the problem. Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your wonderful, wayward,
thank you very much. Thank you very much for sandwiching me between scholars.
Lovely, lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for a very interesting paper. We have our next presenter, Dr. Suman Bala from Delhi University. The title of her paper is Cultural Encounters in Diasporic Fiction. May I request Dr. Suman Bala to please.
Good afternoon, friends. I will not go into any introductions because there's hardly any time left for me and Jayashree. Is Jayashree around? Is Jayashree around? I can't see her.
Yeah, she must be here. She should be joining. Maybe her link is disturbed a little.
Okay.
She's there. She's there.
I begin straight away with my paper. I have divided my paper into two parts. In the first part, I talk of the definition, classification, and major concerns of the Indian diaspora. The second part focuses on some significant writers of the Canadian and American diaspora. Diasporic literature is a very vast concept and an umbrella term. In contemporary times, diaspora refers to the people living away from their homeland due to various reasons. Hence, Indian diaspora would mean the group of people living outside India and who can trace their origin to India. The Indian diaspora is quite a heterogeneous group and comprises people from different economic and social classes, speaking a diversity of languages, professing a multitude of cultural practices, and can also be divided along the lines of the time of their migration into foreign lands. According to a recent survey, 25 million Indians are living outside India, and Indian diaspora is the largest in the world. The term diaspora was coined from Greek. Dia means across and sporion means to sow or scatter seeds. It was used with reference to the Jews who lived most of the time as diaspora people. Diaspora is simply the displacement of community or culture into another geographical and cultural region. Broadly, the Indian diaspora has been divided into two groups, old and new. depending on the different political and socio-economic conditions under which it materialized. Old Indian diaspora refers to the migration of the Indian people in the 19th century, primarily as indentured labor, to the British colonies. The 1833 law of Britain abolishing slavery is seen as the triggering force in the evolution of the old Indian diaspora. This migration is seen as complete, involuntary, and as a consequence of poor economic conditions in British India. The new diaspora, on the other hand, refers to the mass movement of the professionals from India to the West, 1960s onwards. This diaspora is voluntary, empowered, and is more concerned with the homeland. It is this diaspora which has been extensively documented and is in a complex relationship with itself and its relation to India. The history of migration is a history of alienation and its consequences. Migration changes the lives of the immigrants, interrupts their family lives, separates them from known surroundings, and turns them into foreigners. With old ties snapped, the migrants face the enormous compulsion of working out new relationships and finding new meanings in their lives. It is significant that while the diasporic writers are domiciled in a foreign country, they remain inextricably connected with their native land. Salman Rushdie asserts in his book, Imaginary Homelands, and I quote, "Writers in my position, exiles or emigrants or expatriates, are haunted by some sense of loss, some urge to reclaim, to look back, even at the risk of being turned into pillars of salt." Unquote. They write fiction about their country through journeys into the past in an attempt to reconcile themselves to both past and present. The historical situation of these writers involves complex relations with the political and cultural histories of the nations they left behind and the construction of new identities in the places to which they have migrated. Thus, exile, memory, and desire are the essential parts of diaspora. The Indians living outside the country feel lonely and alienated. Their country lives in their memory, and they have a desire to be one with their country and its culture. They feel sick for their homeland. The pain of living away from their country and the failure to make the strange land as their own plugs in the writings of the diasporic writers. The diasporic writer faces the pull between the two cultures, the homeland and the hostland. He experiences a sense of dilemma as to which is his true nation, the one to which he belongs through blood or the one where he is presently living. The dilemma of the writer is expressed through his fictionalization of exile, memory, and desire. The diasporic literature thus deals with the sense of displacement and dislocation, existential restlessness, nostalgia, and quest for identity. The exile writer usually benefits from his or her uproot. What is left behind is seen more clearly from a distance, and the new abode is seen in a sharper focus than can be done by the natives. Kumar Sharma, a significant Indian-Canadian writer, has put these ideas in a succinct manner in the author's statement to her work, First Person Singular. She says that South Asians, when they go to any Western country, they go through 4 phases of experience. These phases are: first, wonder and fear at the new world around himself, and nostalgia for the world left behind. Second, an overriding impulse to survive in the new environment, which makes oneself immersed in one's career or family. Third, after one has found security, a turning towards organizational activity within one's own ethnocentric community. And finally, an active participation in the larger social arena. Uma Parmeshwaran has written quite a few stories and plays. They are most concerned with the immigrant experience, and she and other Indians had in Canada. She has written her works as personal histories. Now I'm going to focus on her best known story, The Door I Left Behind Me. It's a significant piece that revolves around the central character, Mr. J. Chandra, who makes a constant struggle to come to terms with the problem of cultural ethos in the country of his migration. As the story begins, we are introduced to this young scholar who is leaving Madras for Canada. Like many other Indians, he is seeking entry into the West for greener pastures. He is proceeding to Canada to fulfill a 2-year contract with the university at a fabulous salary. We also learn that Chandra, 25 years old, has a doctorate from an Indian university and is unmarried. Before leaving Madras, his mother ensures that he carries with him the copies of the Ramayana and the Bhagavad Gita. These sacred books, she thinks, would be a source of great strength in a period of crisis. She would not like her son to get alienated from the religious and cultural ethos of his country. During the plane journey, Chandra becomes friendly willy-nilly with a fellow passenger, one Mr. Kishan Agarwal. During their discussions, we learn that Agarwal is a great admirer of Indian people and culture. He talks in glowing terms about the relative merits of the Indian culture as against the Western culture. In his opinion, Indians are much cleaner in their habits and have their appreciation for finer art than the English. He seems to suffer from cultural crisis in a civilization so different from his own. At one point of time, while recapturing his home and family in India, he becomes so sentimental that he cries profusely in his bed. Watching this, Chandra is visibly moved and develops sympathy and fascination for Agarwal. He holds Agarwal in high esteem for his experience, his feeling of utter lostness in new surroundings, and his nostalgia for persons and places in India. Chandra and Agarwal, now close friends, wish to join some Indian group in order to feel at home and share fellow feeling. They are excited to receive invitation from one Srivastava, who has requested them to join a party of Indian community at the residence of Mrs. Mundra. This was one of the meetings of the Indian community groups who met periodically to share their feelings and experiences in the land of their adoption. At this meeting, they are able to meet a large number of Indians now settled in Canada. All people assembled here are nostalgic about India and things Indian. They pay rich tributes to the music of Ravi Shankar, the songs of K.L. Sehgal, and the double century once scored by Lala Amarnath against Bradman's 11 in a test match. They seem to have an image in mind, a golden age of romanticized memories. Chandra feels baffled by their attitude and the cultural crisis they were suffering from. Reflecting on the situation, he says, and I quote, "They were not Indians anymore, they were the Canadians. And like the mythological king Trishanku, they stood suspended between two worlds, unable to enter either, and making a heaven of their own." Unquote. The last section of the story is devoted to Chandra's meeting with Mr. Hari Behel, another Indian who has settled in Canada long ago. They discuss the problem of exodus of thousands of brilliant scholars from India for better jobs and living in the West. Hari Behel is especially vexed with the problem of brain drain, but Chandra defends migration in a foreign country. He says, this is an age of individualism, not of abstract ideologies of patriotism and nation building. Behel feels deeply concerned and regrets the breaking of this with the social and cultural heritage of one's own country. He says, and I quote, and this is a very significant comment, "When we leave our country, we shut many doors behind ourselves, though we are not aware of it at the time." Unquote. To this, Chandra retorts, and quote, "There are many doors ahead of us." Unquote. In other words, when we lose our cultural and national identity in the process of migration, we have to forge a new identity in the land of our adoption. This is a process of loss and gain. Unlike the mainstream Canadian writers, the Indian Canadian writers do not dwell on the traditional themes like man's response to nature, joys and sorrows of love, and the theme of nationalism. They write more about poverty, discrimination, exploitation, and racial domination. They are class conscious in their works. They give expression to their social and economic inferiority in their everyday walk of life. In their works, Indian Canadian writers show their disillusionment and concern with the treatment they receive at the hands of the official authorities in day-to-day life. Many a time, the Indians settled in Canada face discrimination because of their color. This theme of color consciousness in Canadian society is expressed by many Indian Canadian writers. Its case in point is the short story entitled The Other Family, written by Himani Banerjee. It is the story of an Indian Canadian family that confronts the problems of color consciousness in Canada. At the center of the stage are two sensitive characters, a mother and a daughter. The mother, being a migrant, wonders whether leaving her country for good was the right act. She feels quite concerned at the thought that her daughter, her only child, has been deprived of upbringing in her own country. She feels further upset when she receives some letters from home, that is India. She is in a contemplative mood, rather absent-minded, when her daughter draws her attention to the work she has done in the school. She tells her mother that all the students in the class drew a picture of their families. Having said so, she produces a piece of paper and says, "Here is the family." The mother looks at the picture and is thoroughly bewildered when she finds that the picture drawn is that of a white-skinned family. Feeling highly agitated, she says, and I quote, "This is not your family. You and your father are dark-skinned, dark-haired. My eyes are black, not blue, and your father's beard is black, not red. And you, do you have a white skin, blue eyes, and blonde hair tied into a ponytail? You said you drew our family. This is not so. You want to be a Memsa, a white girl?" Unquote. The daughter answers that she has drawn the family from her book, and all the other classmates had also done the same. The daughter has not realized till then the racial difference of which the mother was conscious. The mother feels that by drawing the white family, the daughter had rejected her parents, her heritage, and her national identity. The mother cries in distress because she feels she has injected a feeling of guilt in the mind of her daughter. The daughter, a highly sensitive girl, now realizes that she, unlike most of her classmates, is brown. Her mother's reaction to the picture she has drawn brings about a transformation in her. Thereupon, she draws another picture of her family, a man, a woman, and a child, but they are dark-skinned, dark-haired, wearing clothes from their own country. She takes it to the teacher, who feels surprised to see the new picture and asks, "Who are they?" The girl quietly responds, "It is the other family." Thus, the girl comes to identify herself with her mother and her heritage, realizing the alienation a migration undergoes in alien surroundings. The works of Indian Canadian women writers are social documents which reveal important particularities of Indian experience in Canada, as well as related transnational literary and cultural developments. Their writing I hope you can hear me.
Now we can hear you. Yes.
Shall I read the last page again?
No, only one or two sentences lost.
Oh, doesn't matter. I've concluded with the Canadian writers because I find the time is short. I go on to the American writers. Search for identity is another predominant theme in the works of diasporic writers. The sense of identity is a perennial and creative force in a writer. Today, identity crisis or the search for identity is no longer confined to the individual. It can characterize a group, an institution, a class, a profession, or even a nation. Jhumpa Lahiri is a writer with Indian sensibility, and her fictional works reflect Indian sensibility deeply and passionately. Though not born in India, she spent many of her vacations in Calcutta. In her short story collections entitled Interpreter of Melodies and Unaccustomed Earth, she has successfully recreated the agony and sufferings of Indian diaspora. The characters in every story are linked with India, and there is a consciousness of being a foreigner. All her characters want to have a meaningful connection with India and realize the importance of family bonds that tie them to their native lands. The story Temporary Matters offers a glimpse into the life of Sukumar and Shobha, who have undergone a traumatic experience in life and find themselves alienated. Announcement of power cut and resulting darkness give them courage to reveal themselves and come to terms with reality of life. The titular story, Interpreter of Melodies, is an effort to unburden the soul of Mrs. Das. Mr. Kapasi, the driver, acts as a catalyst in the process. The story throws light on the American lifestyle where people hardly get a friendly ear to lighten the burden of their soul. Tupac Larry portrays in her novels the crisis of identity and belongingness. Her novel, The Namesake, presents the life of Gogol Ganguly, the America-born son of Ashoka and Ashim Ganguly. Gogol swings from the Indian culture and American culture. He swings between the Indian culture and American culture. He is an ABCD, an America-born confused Desi, who doesn't have the answer to the question, quote unquote, where are you from? He knows that his parents and their friends refer to India as his desh. He feels himself alien in America. At the end of the novel, he realizes his heritage and the value of the Indian identity. The novel gives a deep insight into the immigrant families who make every effort to inculcate in their children the cultural and ethical values of their native country. Another established diasporic writer of Indian diaspora in America is Kiran Desai, who presents Indians as protagonists in her fiction. Her novel, The Inheritance of Laws, winner of the Booker Prize 2006, narrates the story of a Gujarati family in the foothills of the northeastern Himalayas. The narrative begins in the Darjeeling hills of West Bengal, where Jemubhai Patel, a retired and reclusive judge, lives with his teenage daughter named Sai, his aged cook Panalal, and his purebred dog named Bhatt. Sai has come to the house some years ago, orphaned and expelled from her convent when her cosmonaut parents died in a bus accident in the Soviet Union. The arrival of the orphaned granddaughter opens the floodgate of memories, and the judge's life prior to the arrival in Kalimpong is narrated bit by bit. Through Jemubhai's life, Desai shows how race discrimination can influence and harm an innocent and naive young man. We are told that during his stay in London, Jemubhai developed a colonial mindset. He hated his wife and developed a misanthropy and cynicism over the years. On his return, he maltreated his wife, Nimmi. He easily forgot that Nimmi's father had provided him the passage money and other incidental expenses for going to London. Nimmi was first humiliated for taking his powder puff out of curiosity and keeping it under her blouse. The punishment of the crime was inflicted on her in the form of sexual torture. This was not a punishment of one day. He did it repeatedly with hatred. When he was posted in the district of Gonda in Uttar Pradesh, Jemu took Nimmi away with him, along with him. But she was left to sit all alone in his quarter in Bonda. She had spent 19 years within the confines of her father's compound, and she was still unable to contemplate the idea of walking through the gate. At last, Jemubhai gets the opportunity to get rid of her. He hits her, empties his glass of whiskey on her head, and fills her ears with heaping soda water. She was sent back to her parents, where she gave birth to a girl. Jemubhai never bothered to inquire about them, not even at the time of Nimmi's death. The novel also presents the struggle of the cook's son Biju to live in America. He has illegally migrated to US and suffers a lot on that account. I find that Jayashree is here. I'm looking at her message. So I'll conclude in 2 minutes. I'm leaving out one discussion I had prepared. That was Babsi Sidhwa's An American Brat, where the girl Firoza, goes to, Babsi is a Pakistani writer, and she writes about Firoza who goes to America, is charmed by the life there, and slowly, becomes an American. But I'm leaving out that because of paucity of time. I'll conclude with one poem from the diasporic writer named Satyam Murthy. He is a professor of English in Southern Utah University, and he has written a poem, Who Am I?, where he talks about identity crisis in the new country. After talking about the minority status of Indians in America, he comes to realize that even in his country, back home in India, he was always considered someone from minority community. I read the poem, it will take 1 minute. I'm brown, I'm different from the white and the black. I'm Dravidian, a word as difficult as the origin of the universe. Now I'm a hyphenated American. I speak English with a discernible accent. It is not Southern Utah accent. It's not South Indian Brahmin accent either. While I was in South India, I was still a minority because I was a Brahmin, because I was not rich like Reddys or Kamas. While I was in New Delhi, I was still a minority. I sharply felt it so then. First, my name gave out. Second, my Hindi was tinged with a clear South Indian accent. Third, I was a shade darker than the fair Punjabi. Fourth, I was brighter than the others in my mixed Indian circle. Fifth, I was able to speak their tongue while they could not my language. It was exotic and foreign to them. Sixth, they could not pronounce my mouthful godly name. Seventh, I was cultured and knew Gita and Shakespeare, saw popular Bombay movies, and attended Krishnamurti discourses on metaphysics and theology, missed no major classical concerts, no dance performances, Eastern or Western, yet I was different for being poor. I am what I am. Why should I be like someone else? Even my brother is different. We share the same parents. I am brown, I am different from the white and the black. The Upanishads say, Tattvam asi, that thou art. Satyam Murthy thus concludes the poem by saying that though he is different from both from the white and the black, he is what he is. There is nothing to feel concerned if he is different from others. After all, the Hindu scriptures teach us to be our natural selves. To conclude, one can say that diasporic literature deals with the sense of loss and alienation. It addresses problems related to amalgamation or disintegration of cultures. The migrants suffer from the pain of being far from their homes and the anguish of leaving behind everything familiar. Diasporic writings have cast a new aura around global India and contributed in building a new image of India abroad. Diaspora writing supports strengthening bonds between various countries through historical, cultural, social, and economic life. Thank you, Dr. Batra. I may have overstepped by 2 minutes, but not more. Thank you.
Very little time is left for Dr. Jayashree now. That's the problem.
No worries, sir. Yes, now I'd like to invite Dr. Jayashree Singh, Associate Professor and Actuary of English at Bhopal Nobles University, Udaipur, to talk about critical perspectives of the emotions of an angry young man in the selected films of Amitabh Bachchan. Over to you, Professor Jayashree Singh.
Can you all hear me?
Yes, Professor.
Okay. So good evening to all of you. It's a pleasure to present my paper here, especially it's a big, good conference and a congregation of so many learned intellectuals. So I would not.
You're muted. Can't hear you, ma'am.
Dr. Jayashree, we can't hear you. But sir, she's not on mute. She is unmuted.
The signal must be down there.
Yes, sir.
Signal problem there, I think. Dr. Jayashree, do you have any alternative?
I think her video also froze, sir.
Yeah, you can, in case you can upload that. Yeah, that's right. Dr. Jayashree is facing network problem because it's raining heavily there. So we can only pray at this juncture and watch the video that she has sent in. It's a PPT, I believe.
Sir, do we have some time for questions? Should we take up some questions?
Yeah, in between questions can be there until you upload this, we hardly have actually time. It's already 4 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
So only thing is, maybe we can take one question, okay, from the audience. In the meantime, we'll upload it.
I have one question.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead. Yes, Dr. Manjula.
Yes. Do we think in diasporic fiction, are there any positive aspects in this diasporic situation?
I think that is for you, Dr. Suman Bala.
Yeah.
Will you unmute me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
And development and then spiritual, kind of stage that he finally achieved. So the last layer is that stage of William Wordsworth. It tells us about the, the stillness, the calmness that he achieved. But, the recollections of his evolution and his development of an actor as a star or into a stardom, that's really wonderful. And in last year, actually, he culminates all his talent in whatever perspective he had been through in his life from 1965 to till date. So it's a wonderful, study when I was going through these three films. So let's begin with the first, the film Kala Patthar, which was totally inspired by the tragedy of coal mines in Bihar. So it's relating to the theme of eco-cultural, eco-centric movie it is. And of course, it's a politically motivated also to bring into limelight the situations in which the coal miners work. So here the story of a young man from an affluent family. He used to be an ex-naval officer and was a captain of the ship. And coincidentally, while he was there employed as a naval officer, his ship got struck into some heavy storm and he had to desert that ship. And that dereliction of duty coincidentally led him to the charges of, that he was court-martialed and he was disgraced. And to hide his shame and disrespect, he tried to end up in coal mine so that he may remain in oblivion. But here also he gets involved in some kind of condition that was very much showing his predicament psychologically, surrealistically, as well as also an externalization of his psychology or his psyche into the current scenario that he was facing amidst the coal miners. So when disaster strikes, there also there's some coincidentally there was a landslide and there was blockage inside the mine, and he has to save the miners. And the miners, they celebrated that situation or the condition in which he appeared victorious, and they hailed him with the name Vijay. Hail Vijay. Again and again, they were repeating him with the name Vijay. So coincidentally, we are again, as a viewer, finding him, Amitabh Bachchan, that why he has been always using repetitively this name. So I will keep aside this fact right now, but I will focus on that point that when he was into that kind of, victorious platform, being hailed by the miners, suddenly there was, a kind of, anger motive that had been shot, framed, and in continuous sequence by the filmmaker. And that filmmaker, he used that psyche of anger in a very surrealistic impression, and the filmmaker creates a frame where the crowd cheering outside, hailing him Vijay, Vijay, Vijay. He gets at that moment some tumultuous, crash, a crash in his mind. He gets reminded of his past that had been of shame on account of his being charged for his dereliction of his duty as a naval officer, and that led other crew also escaped the duty part. And in this way, he was feeling a lot of guilt and shame. And that reminder fills him with fear, sheer shock, and momentary collision of thundering conflict that he experiences. And that experience subsequently a moment of crash and conflict in his self-collapse. His vision got, blurred, although he was amidst the crowd of miners. And the spectators, the audience or viewers that were feeling that sense of his, tumultuous blurring and vision that has been blocked. He was there in the midst of crowd, but completely appearing disintegrated. The other frame that follows up in the next shot is in his room, where he burst out his inner realm of repression all by himself to himself. And he attempts to dump it by throwing an object towards a mirror. Again, that shot brings us a kind of an allegorical motive, because, already from the very ancient times, we have heard that mirror tells the reality. So here, the mirror is actually, projecting a very strong man, a weak, vulnerable person. So we have heard that, like in a short fables, that angry tiger or a lion would see his own angry reflection in the mirror. The rage can be more ferocious and can be self-killing. So breaking one's furious reflection through mirror is a strategic shot by the filmmaker to relight the past of that character and to depict the sense of growth, the rust that has been derived by the audience by the enactment of that character on the stage, Vijay. So it's a well-constructed performing position, shots after shots framing a scene for conveying the aesthetics of Krodh Ras, or the angry young man's emotions, by way of characterization. So the chaos of his mind at the reception of praise arouses contradictory emotions in terms of past and his present status quo that shows him vulnerable at one moment, and at the other end, we find him fierce. The filmmaker's cinematography uses camera technology by using prop scenes to catch back the repressed past, which opens up his methodology of suppression. So see, we see that how that character, Vijay, shots after shots that are framed, edited into a kind of a sequence by the filmmaker. In those shots, we see that how that suppression of those emotions works. He, by way of creating sets that are good examples of binary oppositional aesthetics, that the character Vijay very beautifully brings out, juxtaposing socio-psychometrics in his behavioral gestures, utterances, actions, in every detail of his experience and appearance. The statics that the character Vijay communicates stand him as a star on the basis of cinematographic montage, as well as through his own gifted talent That is his baritone voice that Amitabh Bachchan inherently possesses, that has given him stardom, that has declared him worldwide millennium star of Indian Bollywood. And that character, Vijay, emits effectively those angered emotions. The dramatic tension in the scene is well acted, well framed, well depicted to show existential dread of the character. His utterance is symbolic of Vijay's meta feeling or meta narrative that to maximize the impression and entirety of the perspective of the feature film plot that revolve around the magnanimity of the beginning, middle, and end of the story of Kala Patthar. So, I just explored some 1 or 2 theses or the research papers also that talks about how relevantly and methodologically this Big B creates a charismatic aura through his voice. And that, became a kind of a social construction of a hero. The images that's being, slowly and gradually being copied by his fan. And this, there is one critique or a researcher, Sushmita Das Gupta. She argues that how contrastingly the sociological public opinion about Amitabh Bachchan and his films formulated a pattern. He appears as a socialist leader, egalitarian, anti-rich, who gets to political affiliations on account of his strength and account of his strong ideas against corruption, nepotism, retipism that became a kind of a trend in post-independent India to bring into spotlight through Bollywood cinema. And such facts, they slowly and gradually attempted to not only showcase the social justice issues, but also they had been followed to rectify the social system and social justice system. But one thing that we get through this performance of Amitabh Bachchan as an angry young man is that, number one, he creates noise among the marginalized sections he gave them a kind of a methodology that if creating a noise around one's own victimization, and one has to start feeling invincible. This same kind of methodology even he gives in the last year to Shabnam also, who was in some crisis of her marital discord that had been happening in her house. So she in that film also he gives this kind of methodology that you have to create noise around one's own victimization, and you have to feel invincible to overcome obstacles and evolving into a new figure who should appear full of self-awareness. Then slowly and gradually to mellow down that raising of voice and be more knowledgeable, and through knowledge you get the power. So Sushmita Das Gupta in her research writes that every other attribute of action and anger, of renewal and retribution of victory and justice only build upon the strong edifice of self-awareness. Because Sushmita Das Gupta herself as a woman had gone through such kind of, marginalization or secondary position in her social life. And so somewhere she was so affected by Amitabh Bachchan's angry young man image that she started copying that in her own personal life to get her things done. But she says that edifice that she had built was, completely illusory. It was temporary. She felt that Amitabh Bachchan is leading, audience slowly and gradually to the end of any film, that whatever he had undertaken, there he has given some kind of information or a knowledge or some kind of clue that self-awareness is very much important. And without that self-awareness, even your voice can be dumped. So Bachchan's voice has been always the major ingredient of his stardom. And it is said that even Satyajit Ray, who hated Hindi cinema, used Amitabh Bachchan's voice for the voiceover narration in his film, The Shatranj Ke Khiladi, The Chess Players. Bachchan created a persona in films a consciousness of his angry young man image. One of the British writer belonging to Oxford University, Claude Tiber, in her published article titled Angry Young Man and His Good Son, says that in respect of his star-cast role in Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, in 2006, it was a releasing year of that film, there Amitabh Bachchan's deep sonor voice was enough to connect him with his character, with his role, with his depiction of image, as expected and directed in the film, to make it a blockbuster in the box office. Another British writer who had been very much thoroughly, into the Indian cinema, into Indian culture, she is Dar Russell, a professor of Indian cultures and cinema at SOS, University of London, with reference to Big B's baritone voice, writes that all actors previously connected to songs, signature songs, but it was after his advent in Hindi cinema, Bollywood or Bachchan got imparable connection with the voice system. Okay. In her research paper published in the journal Focus Bollywood, Das Indische in Wissenschaftlichen Diskursen, she writes that even when Bachchan was enacting a patriarchal role in films such as Mohabbatein, Suryavanshi, Kasme Wade, Kabhi Kabhi, or Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum, in all those roles too, he appeared indeed an angry and sensitive person whose ideals or idealization of certain practices manifest his rejection or his silence against modernity and modernity's fragmented Epicurean effects on the contemporary generation. He believes, he means the Amitabh Bachchan in the characters, in different characters that he has been enacting his role as a patriarchal person, believes such distractions are digressions for youth. Youth cannot stake his studies and its purpose in the agony of love and familiarity. That can only lead to diversion, disintegration from customary tradition, culture, and civility. We may say, in an implied sense, his patriarchal character, in a way, also a representation of anger against changing lifestyles adopted by youth that cause hurdle in the consecrated efforts to attain academic and civil growth. Rachel Dwyer, the Oxford University professor, further is to quote here in relation to this reasoning. She says, Amitabh Bachchan, as an actor, often represented a unit or a class whose aggression against any sort of injustice, while his evolution as a character in the structure of the plot of a film, in itself a journey to understand how various elements comprising internal or external precipitates a kind of tension. She says, Rachel Dwyer says, Hindi film melodramatic situations revolves first around family structure that goes through certain marginalization experience, as we find how many times the status quo becomes a cause of inflicted accusations on an innocent person. Or as we find in the films of Amitabh Bachchan, how as an actor in Muqaddar Ka Sikandar or in Khuda Gawah, his persona seeks space in eroticism. Indeed, the statics of eroticism releases tension. Yet, this kind
Professor Jayashree, I request you to kindly conclude your paper.
Yeah, I'll just wind up. I'll wind up because the rest I have sent in my PowerPoint presentation to Professor Jagdish Batra for his perusal. So here we say that how many times that tension might have been subsided through other kinds of, props, settings, or situations. But the character Amitabh Bachchan's anger, aggression, in no way creates, a kind of, situation that may say that he is not reaching to certain kind of goal of upliftment or emancipation of the crowd that he's leading. You can say that everywhere his voice has been a symbol of some kind of an utterance that shows that he is showing an aggression, a rage, or a grief, or some kind of,
We can't hear you, madam.
Professor, we can't hear you. Professor Jayashree, we can't hear you. Sir, I think she's concluded her paper.
Okay, fine, please. Then we can ask the chair to say the presidential remarks. Done.
Okay, sir. So can I request the chair, Dr. Anand Prakash, to please come over and give your remarks? Dr. Anand Prakash? Sir, are you there?
Okay. Has he left?
Professor Batra, I think
He has left.
Dr. Anand Prakash has left. Yes, sir.
Okay. Then I think we are to conclude ourselves. And last one or two questions, probably, in case we have time for it, then we can ask one or two questions.
Okay. Now the floor is open for discussion. Please.
Very brief and to the point.
Yes. If you have any questions or comments, please do write them in the chat box, or you can unmute yourselves and ask.
Better to write in the chat box, yes. So there is no question coming up. In that case, I think we'll like to conclude this session. And in the absence of Professor Anand Prakash, I'll just say a few words about the different speeches that were delivered today. Professor Anand Prakash is a known Marxian thinker. And
so there is one question in the chat box. Should we take it up?
Okay. Is it for whom? For whom is it the question?
I think it's for Professor Suman Bala. Do we have any positive aspects of diasporic fiction?
Oh, it's from Manjula, right. So Dr. Suman Bala, would you like to take this question and very briefly answer it? Dr. Suman Bala, would you like to answer this question?
I will, Dr. Batra, I have a very brief comment on Dr. Suman Bala's paper.
Okay, sir. Please go ahead.
This is R.K. Daman from University of Delhi. Thanks, Dr. Suman Bala, for presenting a very comprehensive view of diaspora literature. As a matter of fact, diaspora has become a all-purpose word. And you have very rightly said that the beginning of I am saying it by way of comments, not so much of a question. That the beginning of diaspora is historical, as Rushdie would say. And so on and so forth. You have explained the term, and you have talked about other things, and you have talked about Uma Parmeshwaran, who is the pioneer of diaspora literature in Canada. Now, I should mention about Bhakti Mukherjee. I edited a volume on a set of volumes on Indian women novelists. It runs into 18 volumes, and almost one volume is devoted to Bharti Mukherjee. A few years ago, I met Bharti Mukherjee at Classic and I introduced myself. She said, I know you very well, so we haven't met her here. But she says, I'm not very happy that you've included me in Indian women writers. I'm not Indian. I am an American writer. So she may be at the most a diasporic writer, but she said, no, I am an American writer. So there's a lot of controversy. Similarly, one of my friends who lives in Delhi, in my neighborhood, he's a Tamilian. He says, I'm a part of the Tamilian diaspora in New Delhi. So, these are different interpretations people give on diaspora. Diaspora term has become thinner in the sense that since the world has become global village. So all of us, we cannot, some of us have migrated to India, some others to US, and finally giving rise to new generations. So diaspora in a larger sense is nothing but global village. Thank you.
Professor
Can you hear
Batra,
me?
please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Just a minute. It's very little time left now. For only 7 minutes before the next session is to begin. So I think I'd like to conclude. Only thing is one question over there probably has been answered by Dr. Dhawan. And I'd like to add to this that diasporic literature does have its own plus points also. In that, it has actually given the platform, the world platform to English literature written by Indians. So that was a big achievement. And you think of any author who has got Booker or Pulitzer, it's basically there are historic writers, whether it's Kiran Desai, or it's Salman Rushdie, or it's Arvind Adiga. So all these authors actually have benefited, and that goes to the credit of these people. Negative side is that they depend, mostly on media, and not of that kind of connect with reach.
Can you hear me, Dr. Batra?
Sorry. It's all gone mute. I don't know how it happened. But anyway, so since only 5 minutes are left now, we'd like to conclude this session. And I'd like Deepika to thank everybody and then conclude.
Yes, sir.
We are just to begin the next session in 5 minutes now.
Yes, sir. I would like to thank all the professors. Thank you so much, Dr. Anand Prakash, and thank you to all the panelists, Dr. Jayashree, Professor Jayabir Puda, and Dr. Sumanwala. Thank you so much for very interesting papers. Looking forward to seeing all of you in the parallel sessions and in the plenary sessions tomorrow. Thank you so much. And thank
Dr.
you so much to
Sumanwala
the
will be
audience
there.
as well.
Yeah, Dr. Sumanwala will be there in session 7.1. So in case there's any other clarification to be sought from her, you can join that session. Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you, Deepika. We meet
Thank you, sir.
next session. Thank you. Now it's the turn of technical sessions, parallel sessions, and these will continue till 6:30. And after that, we'll of course meet tomorrow, same platform, same link. Okay. Do not forget to join us. Thank you so much.
जगदीश सर यूट्यूब एंड कर दें सर.
हाँ, यूट्यूब को बंद कर दीजिए.
ओके सर, थैंक यू.
Batra sir, thank you.